call the meeting to order.
Father in heaven, we thank you so much for this great day you blessed us with. And Lord, we thank you so much for your grace and for sending your son to die for us, and that you are the reason for this season. And Lord, just pray that you be with Stanley Murphy and his family, that you watch over them and comfort them and be with them whatever they may need, Lord. And Lord, just pray that you be us all here tonight. Help us work together and make the best decisions that will best benefit our community. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Michael Vanderboer.
Here.
Laura Wagner. Here. Mayor John Krasuski.
Here.
Bucky Stevenson.
Here.
And Marie.
Here.
All present.
I recognize all of them, pretty much all the guests. Thank you all for coming. And if you have input today, you'll get a chance to have it, and no problem. This is good. I'm glad to see a lot of people here, but almost no empty chairs for once. Okay, I'm looking for, if you guys went over the consent agenda, if there's approval for that.
I'll make a motion, we accept the consent agenda.
Second. And second by Laura. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, get on with old business. Bill 1352, ordinance 1724, an ordinance amending the city code of ordinances for the city of Mountain View, chapter 21, city organization. 60 through 64.
You guys wanted the long purchasing policy.
You get to read all of it, John.
6 pages? 6 pages? Serious?
You asked, I delivered.
Thank you.
With a smile too. Yeah. You see it?
Well, do you have a copy of it?
I don't.
Well, I'm willing to forfeit my copy to you if you will please
Here.
read the ordinance for
Can we
us.
read it? My version will be much shorter than when you read it.
That's good. That's good. You know better legally than I do. No, this will be the first reading.
We've discussed it though.
We've discussed it.
Yeah, I don't think we've done, that's what we decided, right? We didn't read it last time. Okay. So first reading, an ordinance amending the city code of ordinances for the city of Mountain View. Whereas the city of Mountain View, Missouri does not currently have an official purchasing policy in place for the city of Mountain View, Missouri. And whereas the city of Mountain View, Missouri has a need to establish a purchasing policy which will be an official part of the city code of ordinances. And whereas the city council has determined there is a need to amend the city code of ordinances of the city of Mountain View, Missouri to establish a purchasing policy for the city of Mountain View, Missouri, be it ordained by the Board of Aldermen for the city of Mountain View, Missouri, that chapter 21 of the city code of ordinances be amended as follows. Chapter 21, city organization, adding section 21, subchapter H, purchasing agent and purchasing policy, wherein we will be designating a purchasing agent, that agent's general duties, the requisitions, estimates, and bid quotations, conflict of interest officers and employees not to deal with certain entities, gifts and rebates, competitive bidding requirements, formal contract procedures, notice requirements, the bid opening procedure, the lowest responsible bidder, the acceptance of bids, what to do in the case of tie bids, open market procedure, authority for purchases, emergency purchases, cooperative procurement, and the procedure for procurement of architectural, engineering, and land surveying services.
Very good.
Are you sure, Shannon? You don't want to?
Oh, I don't want to take that away from you. You're doing a great job.
We could alternate.
Yeah.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate
So,
you.
I believe if there's any discussion, or we just go ahead and have a motion to pass that.
You do your motion and your second, and then you discuss it, and you do your roll call.
Do we have a motion to accept first reading?
I make a motion that we accept the first reading of bill number 1352, ordinance 1724.
I'll second that motion.
Any discussion?
At this time, I think we discussed it out, that's why
Yeah.
it's 6 pages long.
Okay, roll call vote.
Aye.
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 First reading passes.
Yeah.
We're going to discuss Adopt a Street program. We have in front of us the Mountain View version of the state Adopt a Street program. And I believe you guys have had it since the last meeting to look over and see what you think. If there's anything else that needs to be tweaked. If not, we could pass it, could we not?
Yes, I don't think it's something that necessarily has to be in an ordinance. It's not a,
We just need a motion to pass it if we like it. If everybody's happy with it as it's worded.
Joe, I don't think we addressed before yet, it still needs to be addressed in the purchase of the sign. Are you guys going to want that? Because that's not in that paperwork. That was a decision you guys needed to think on and decide. Whether, if someone wants to adopt the street, will the city provide that sign free of charge to them?
I believe we should. What do you guys think?
I think so.
Yeah, they're gonna do the cleaning, the upkeep.
Yeah, I don't think they should have to do it if they're gonna do it on the other.
I just want to make sure that way it's in the minutes and we know from now on.
The city would pay for it. You can keep it down to like a 3x5 with lights.
Flashing.
Put solar through its because you
You know,
want
so
to.
So I do entertain a motion. You guys are good with it?
I'll make a motion that we accept the Adopt a Street agreement, and whereas the city will provide the sign for whoever adopts that street.
I'll second.
Second by Laura. Any further discussion? Vote.
Aye.
Vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. I'm glad to see that. That's pretty neat. I'm really impressed. Council to discuss further holiday pay policy. I think we need Chief up here for that. Chief Jamie Perkins.
Do what? Oh,
Yes.
How many pages have you got?
huh?
How many pages have you got?
A lot, too much. So it's kind of a repeat of last month's meeting, except for I'm just going to address ourselves this time instead of every other department. We've never had holidays, as long as I know of. I reached out to Tom, he's sick right now, but he says they never had holidays, police department. We're the only ones in the city that doesn't get a holiday. So I'm requesting the police department get holidays, one way or the other. We drafted something up, but once I think about it more, you know what? Just giving us a holiday is all I care about. It doesn't have to be how it's written or suggested. Just treat us like the other employees when it comes to that.
I think that's more than fair.
I
It's
don't-
kind of a shame that it's gone this long unnoticed.
Legally, I don't think we could just not give them holidays.
it's not a matter of legality, but to try to make it fair to everything. Along with that, I don't see anything about the 40 to 43 hours.
Did you get this?
Because I don't know if everybody's aware, but the police department's the only municipal employees that get paid straight time for 43 hours.
Correct.
Rather than 40. And I'd like to see that go along with this and get it straightened out, and then how they pay it so that we're equal. Let's see. Page 67.
Jamie, how would you do that as far as, because you guys, you don't really, you can't take off.
Right.
So it would just be comp time or?
It was something. Right now, the city doesn't have a policy that really defines it. So last month, I was bringing the city needs to update that because there's just too many questions that come up. What is an official call-in? It's not defined in our policy manual. What is working on a regular day? Who authorizes it? How is that allowed? I mean, there needs to be a policy on that, otherwise you'll have everybody working on holiday.
Yep.
So those need to be established too. So I don't know exactly how they get paid because we never got it. So I don't really know. I think that if they work that day, it gets, you explain it, I don't know.
So our wording is very gray, as we've talked about before. We need that to be very, very black and white. So we have, for example, sanitation. Some of those employees, guys and girls, come in on holidays because they need to run commercial routes. That is necessary for our businesses to stay functional. They're open on a lot of these holidays. So according to our handbook, it is double time. But our handbook says if you're called out. So in the eyes of the city and myself doing payroll, it says police officers shall not receive holiday pay or compensation. And then it says all employees called in on one of the above listed holidays shall receive pay at the rate of double time their current rate of pay. So you notice it says called in. So our wastewater guys still have to come in and do their dailies. Our water guys still have to do their dailies. Our sanitation guys still have to do their dailies. So there's that gray area of them, well, it says I get double time. Well, that's a call-in, but a call-in is, in the eyes of payroll for the city, is electric is out, there's a water main break, there's a tree across the road that street needs to come in. That's how we treat a call-out. So if it's not a call-out because they have to come in to do their normal job duties, even though it's a holiday, then how do I pay them? It needs to be defined so that I know, everybody knows what we should be doing. It is a holiday, so are they still getting double time regardless, even though they're doing their normal work activities that just fall on a holiday? Is it not?
Well, I agree, there's definitely disparity there that needs correction, and I think we could do it, and I believe this is as close as I've seen so far. And I did notice the 43 hours, I missed that in there, which is good.
I've got a couple of other cities that I'm looking at the handbook and doing comparison. I've been doing notes, and that's something that we've been tackling for a bit, but again, there's been so much, and that is where that will be defined at, is within the handbook itself. There's a lot more other questions. Every time I answer one, it runs down another rabbit hole of, okay, what's next? Some of them, the double time is not in conjunction with them being paid for 8 hours as for a holiday off. Time and a half is another one that brought up. So some of the cities are time and a half, some are double. Some, if you go over, it's time and a half as comp time. Some get paid out. And I think we've got to tread lightly for some of this because of not only budget requirements, but also to make sure that we don't have it over-absorbent. So that's where some of those big questions on the handbook are really coming in. I do think that the police department at least needs to be on the same playing field as far as for everybody else, and it might be a couple more months before we finish up the pay schedule across as far as what the handbook and stuff is through. that's some of my takes on that, because you're also looking at 60 employees, both full-time and part-time, that we're looking at and making sure that it fits into our budget picture too.
Some of the city clerks that I've spoken to, they pay them their full 8 hours of holiday pay, and then if they come in, if it's not a call-out, and they're just doing their normal job duties, they just pay them regular time like it was any other day.
And then that equals up to double time for that actual amount of time, and that's what I've seen over and over.
But it's just the amount of hours they work,
Correct.
in addition to the 8 hours. Which is basically what we're trying, I mean, I brought Jamie down, because Jamie does his side of payroll and then brings it to me, and I said, look, like, you know what it's like with the system and how this works, you know, sit down, let me show you what I'm looking, and he was just like, Shannon, this is a mess, like, it's so great, I know, and, you know, no matter what you try to do, somebody's still upset, because you can take a gray sentence and twist it any way you want it to be, and it reads that way. You know, we don't want to cheat anybody.
So I had addressed those concerns, and I probably just threw it at you last week without really explaining what it was about. We were talking about how it's worded. Up above, under the section header, it says, they shall receive normal compensation for 8 hours. Well, what is normal compensation? Is that comp time or is that pay? And if they work, is it comp time or is it extra pay? So that assumption, that needs to be defined. The call-outs and an employee absent without prior authorized leave, that is too strict because there's so many exceptions, especially with if you get injured the day before, stuff like that. And you could narrow it down to just a couple of words saying, you know, if it's excused, it's excused. Then all employees called in for one or more of the above holidays shall receive pay, which contradicts the compensation up at the top header. So those were the three main concerns that we could just get them all in one line.
So, I'm gonna ask you something, and I'm just gonna figure out, I hope I don't offend anybody. And we've got Christmas coming up. So do you think, or can we, with Christmas coming up, if we done each officer 8 hours comp time? Till we get all this other straightened out, would that work for the officers, or would that offend somebody else in the city, or can we even do that?
I mean, as far as the system's concerned, I can put in whatever you want me to put in, but the situation that also makes a little extra fluff to it is if you've got someone that is maxed on comp time, so we don't want anyone to go over that 80 hours. So if you're going to do that, and let's say that Jamie is at, let's just say he's at 80 exactly, and you want to give him 8 hours, with the way our standards are, I have to pay him out that extra 8 hours. As long as you know that that's how it's going to affect it the other direction, I can do whatever you want. Or authorize, if that's what you want to do, then say regardless of where they are, add them that 8 hours regardless of comp.
I just think that my personal thing, I would think that would be even across the board. It would stop all this basically rabbit chasing everywhere
Yeah.
to get you your hours for your officers
Until it's settled.
until we get it settled. What do you guys think?
Are you able to take any comp time off? Are your officers able to, or are you back to where you're
I think
all
we're
the
all-
extra duties you're maintaining right now?
Yeah, I think we're all under 80, right? I mean, nobody's above 80 on the police department.
There's some close, but no one's over.
And I want to stress the age-old problem we've had in this city, and that is the minute we get quality officers working steadily and they know most of the community and everything, all of our routines, et cetera, they get a better job offer and they're gone. And this is going to be helping retain
Right.
our people, and it'll help recruit new ones because it's just a little bit better, a little bit fairer than what we've been doing. Just make their package a little bit better. And it doesn't cost us an arm and a leg, we don't have to give them all raises, and they probably don't need the raises anyway. So, I would entertain a motion to at least solve it for the Christmas holidays coming up. That would be great.
Okay,
How would that be worded?
I don't know.
So were you asking for 8 hours for Christmas and then 8 hours for New Year's, so I'd be giving them 16?
Yeah,
Well, it's the same thing we're gonna be doing for everybody else.
Right, I just wanna make sure,
Yes.
yeah.
That that's what you are wanting.
What I'd like to do is to word it to where the police department is on the same identical standard as the rest of the city until we can address the rest of it at one time. And then everybody's gonna be on the same playing field.
You make that motion and I'll second it.
Oh, sure.
You just did it.
Yeah.
Make a motion that the police department is on the same pay schedule for holiday and the pay schedule itself as the rest of the city employees.
And I'll second that.
Motion seconded. Have any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. You got it. That's one of those things that we need to get straightened out. Okay, we're going to discuss the parking on First Street that we've already brought up at the last meeting.
Front Street.
Front Street, yeah, actually. Front Street too. Front Street, same. But anyway, because,
Chris
pardon?
is coming.
Pardon?
Chris, isn't he speaking?
Oh, I didn't know, is he coming?
Yeah, we were both asleep.
Oh, okay, that's good. All right, we'll be on it for a little bit, that's good. Okay,
Do you need a chair?
No,
Sure.
yeah,
There's a
There's
picture
a
of
copy
the
up here.
no. I'll just sign here.
Musical chairs.
as
Music stop.
we all know that these darn automakers keep making these fantastic trucks and vans and et cetera, longer, four-door, big beds. I love them, but that's not conducive to accident-free Front Street. We only have so much room there. School buses brought up the problem, but it's been a problem for a while, and it's growing as our vehicles grow. So that parking that as is just not safe because it's a highway, it's a Highway 17. And we keep parking there and protruding into oncoming traffic. And everybody's going into the opposing lane to get around those bumpers. So we are trying to address that. And in doing so, we do have a member or two of the audience that wants to speak with ideas. Is there anyone else we should do first? I can hit the audience. I know, Chance, you had something to say, being a business owner right on that Front Street.
Coming at you from a business perspective, obviously there is a safety concern there. And that is primary, no doubt about that. Kind of brass tacks of it all is that safety concern. Also accommodating these bigger vehicles and business in general. With safety and accommodation in mind, that is going to promote business. Business has slowly increased on Main Street, but that's a work in progress. I think we all know that. The suggestions that I've heard in the last couple meetings, widen the street. That's a suggestion, and a good suggestion. However, that is, I would think, a costly affair. That's obviously going to involve MoDOT at that point. Also, the pavilion. What do you do with the pavilion if you widen the street? It's essentially on the street. Parallel parking, that's another suggestion. I think parallel parking would restrict business, because you are taking 30% of that parking space. You don't want to inconvenience any citizen. It's probably common knowledge that most people don't like to parallel park. And I've been told if there was parallel parking on Front Street, they would avoid that. Street signs, Lyndall, you brought up street signs, maybe compacts only, something of the sort, no trucks. If you did something like that, obviously you would have to say no pickup trucks. I don't know, you would have to ask the license office, but no trucks would insinuate trucks. Not a fan of the street sign or even giving citations for that. The minute you say, hey, you're not allowed to park your truck here and we will give you a citation for that, is the minute that my customers don't show up. Also, the feasibility of all that. How do I tell 85% of the population that drives a pickup truck they cannot park on Front Street? They cannot pick up this refrigerator or this washer or dryer. It will hinder business, restrict business. I think your options are limited. And obviously anything that involves safety is going to cost money with what we got. But the options are either to accommodate both the businesses and the citizen, or to gamble restricting business. I don't think there's any way around one of those two. To resolve that, you could widen the street, which involves MoDOT, and cost, I'm sure, that would be expensive. The next option, you could put a parking lot across from my shop. Now, obviously, you have to contend with the drainage, so you would have to build some kind of aqueduct or something, fill that in, pave over the top of it. That's a big expense. It would, though, promote business. You would avoid, I think, MoDOT because that's city property. It would ensure the safety of everybody. Loading and unloading. My trucks could get in and out of there. The Mexican restaurant's truck could get in and out of there. That's the option. I think the third option, least expensive to the city, quickest resolution, would be cutting the sidewalk. I don't know the ins and outs of that or the particulars of how that happens. Obviously, contractors would have to get involved. The sidewalk is currently 10 foot. I've measured, if you take 4 foot off that sidewalk, that leaves 6 foot from the front of the business to the end of that sidewalk. That's plenty of walking space for a sidewalk. That would bring the vehicle 4 foot into and 4 foot off. There are 2 businesses on my block that have awnings that are supported by that sidewalk. But both of those awnings are not beyond that 4 foot mark. So you would not cause the business.
4 foot or 6 foot mark?
4 foot from the edge of where it's at now.
You're still leaving 6 feet.
Right. So you would not cause the business to reconstruct their awning or anything of that nature. I think it was mentioned block 1, quote unquote, is the issue. It's not so much beyond. Now, one thing that was brought to my attention today, citizens are afraid to park closer on down towards the barbecue place and the rice place now. Because that sidewalk is taller, it becomes more of an obstacle and they feel like they're too close to it. Cutting the sidewalk, I think, really would only apply to this side, not that side. So I don't know that it resolves much on that end, but it would certainly resolve this, where it's mostly unloading and loading the trucks. It's an option to look at, but I think your options are limited.
Do you think, because we've got parking across the street, if we've done something, no extended cab or crew cab pickups, if you've done just pickups and cars, and then had a stipulation in there that if you needed somebody to back up there to load a refrigerator, this is kind of a common sense thing. If you sold a refrigerator, somebody pull up there, they're gonna load it, they're not gonna be there all day.
Sure.
So that's kind of a common sense thing. Do you think it would deter your business if we done the no extended cab, crew cab pickups with signage and let them park across the street, except for a loading and unloading situation, which, you're gonna have times, and I'm sure with the Mexican restaurant, they may have a food truck stop down there and block.
Sure.
I have to block traffic with my Frito truck at times.
Right.
But that's a common sense thing. Most people's not gonna What is your thoughts about something like that?
You know, I don't know how that is enforceable, you know, unless you had somebody policing the area constantly. You know, once again, you're relying on common sense here.
Yeah,
That's,
but do you feel like it would affect your business?
no, probably not. You know, I think it would be a learning curve. I think it would take a minute to take effect, but
I personally think that, you know, if you had something like that, that, you know, the police officers are gonna have to patrol it, but if they come by and say, hey, you know, you need to park on the other side of the street, would you care to move?
Sure.
Well, maybe not start giving citations for that, but I don't know. That's just my thoughts. What do you guys think?
What would that, Jamie, what would that be for you guys? I mean, obviously, if we're talking on the Mexican restaurant side, you're gonna have to come and interrupt people while they're eating, that's probably not gonna,
No, like I told John today, how we would do it is for the first couple months, we would just have a flyer we'd put underneath their windshield wiper. Including, you know, if there were signs, I think 8 signs there on Front Street, that had those rules, regulating. But yeah, we would just put that. Next time we would do a warning, and then the third time would be a citation. Because you have to stop it, right? You just can't
Yeah.
keep going. So if there's an ordinance on that, which we do have a general ordinance on our traffic regulations that you could do it right now, but that ordinance is gray because there's only 2-hour parking on Front Street according to the ordinance, and we don't enforce that no more.
oh, wow.
We haven't enforced that since 2001, so.
And that's a problem if you have businesses
Yeah.
on Front Street.
It is, and that's probably why we stopped enforcing that. But we still have the chalk and the chalking sticks, so somebody used to do it. So.
I can,
Well, they shouldn't be.
yes, yeah, I think the main thing is you don't want to discourage business.
No.
Exactly.
Everybody is about convenience. You know, I've seen people make a loop around the block so that they could get one spot closer to the restaurant or to me or whoever. You wouldn't want somebody to say, you know what, it's too much of a hassle
Yeah.
to go downtown. You know, they're not going to say, well, let's take the car instead of the truck. They're not going to do that.
I will tell you my own personal experiences when I brought this up, is I was coming home and of an evening, there's a certain time of an evening when the sun is hitting that street.
Absolutely.
And it's a definite safety problem when when I pull my pickup up there at the, Mexican restaurant, it's a crew cab, I pull it up on the sidewalk, just because if you're
Sure.
not watching and that sun's just right, you can rip the whole front end of your car off
Right.
on a bumper hitch. And then it's, you know, is it their fault for no? It's my fault for not watching.
Right.
So, and then
I
you got the
have
bus
noticed.
issues, so,
I had noticed it on the way over here. I noticed there are a lot more people parking up on the sidewalk. You know, which is getting them out of the street. You know, so that extra space that you could have, that 4 foot that you would cut out. I think the signage issue, you know, that is an immediate response, that would take care of it, you know, quickly and with little cost. But the impact on business, I think that it would be negative
yeah.
in the long run. You know, I think the resolution or the solution that would need to take place with little cost involved would be cutting that sidewalk. Otherwise, you are talking about widening the street or
It
putting
is
a parking
something
lot.
we can and will explore, because we didn't
Absolutely.
take that into consideration to this point. But that is, it's a good idea, and I welcome suggestions, and that's good. Something we'll look into, and we'll look into cost, what it takes, et cetera. As far as you guys are concerned, I'm thinking that, yes, according to our head of our bus garage, who's thinking about safety first for our students, et cetera. An immediate, quick remedy, even if it's short term, not give us 6 months or 6 years, but shorter better, are the signage, and we could get at least some safety issues moved into effect there, with your idea there, and that would give us time to reevaluate everything there, including, but I like that sidewalk idea, we can check that out, see what it costs.
Also, gotta remember that the key thing you gotta go with is MoDOT, because that is a state highway.
Yeah.
And that's also why we brought up doing a one-way through there, and MoDOT, I don't think it'll ever happen, and they balked at it pretty bad. Because a one-way eliminates all the room and stuff that you need, but it's also gonna have to change to where it'll come up from the south, being a one-way across, which means you gotta change all the directions.
Do they own to the sidewalk?
That is a highway.
But the sidewalk is the city's.
See?
Why?
We gotta look into that, because
I
they
have to
control it.
investigate that, because they do have a lot of footage.
Yeah.
And they are the ones that dictate what goes, things, signage and everything else through there.
And there's
So that's-
grandfather clauses in there, so whether when the sidewalk.
Yeah,
is
absolutely.
there. But that's a good idea, and Eddie, would you have something else to input on this?
Well, I mean, I'll have to double check with MoDOT. I think we've got a little bit of leeway with what we can do on that sidewalk. I like that, I said, honestly. I mean, it's, I think it will be, in the long run, it'll be a lot less headache for the police department, and I think it would benefit the business owners a lot more so than writing tickets for people with too long vehicles, you know. But, I mean, it's definitely something we could look at. And from what conversations I've had with MoDOT, it's a very good possibility. I think it could happen. I really don't think they would object per se.
And according to the diagrams we were working on earlier today, you think that west block would be able to work around there without cutting that sidewalk, because that's high rise.
Yeah, and the farther you go that direction, the further you get from
We got
the
more.
sidewalk, so we got a little bit more room there. And trying to narrow in that sidewalk, that's a
It's a
job.
major job.
Yeah, that's a job.
This end would be fairly easy.
Yeah, this end wouldn't be too bad.
Isn't the other side of that more towards the west? That's owned by the school too, right? That front parking lot?
I believe it's city property, not school property.
From what I've seen, if I may, basically where the planters are, or the rock garden, if you will, from what I've seen is city. The actual parking lot is SBU. On that,
On that end.
on that end.
Right, on the other end, it's not, it is the city
That is
there,
city,
because it was
yeah.
picked up through the community betterment.
Could even on that west end, Eddie, is there any way that we could even maybe restrap that and angle that more?
Very possible. Yeah, that would buy us a little bit of room there.
Might give you a couple feet.
Yeah. And not, angle a little bit more, might make it a little bit easier seeing backing out too, if you're a little bit more of an angle. And it still wouldn't technically be parallel parking. They could still, come down and kind of veer in. It may cut down on a few parking spaces, but it would be a safer option.
I think that's an
Overflow.
parallel parking.
Absolutely.
I'll be the first person to admit I will walk a mile before I have to parallel park. I detest it, so.
I think that'd be
Parking though is
It
still
would be.
going on in the areas and stuff across. If you don't believe me, go down there now, it'll be full. So, as far as for deterring everybody, no, I do think that we need to have some handicap up there to where if we have people that are visiting, that's what we talked about before, is like 1 every 3. So that way, it gives them a chance of getting into a spot where they don't have to walk up the hill
Sure.
and across the streets.
Absolutely.
So,
Yeah, I would never be in favor of parallel parking on the grounds of people would have to pull up and back up in their lane on a state highway.
Yeah.
And that's just, you'd have to expect everybody behind you to stop,
It's not feasible.
wait for you, give you space.
But that is all MoDOT has regulations on, is parallel, so.
That's their best recommendation.
I like the cutting the sidewalk.
Well, we'll look into it. We'll get an operations manager right on it.
Well,
Thanks for the input.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I have something,
Yes, sir.
something real quick too.
Chief?
After I talked to you today, and you mentioned putting more of an angle, that's something that we should try to begin with, is see how much that actually helps, is putting a steeper angle on it, so.
At some point, they were. A few years back, they came through and redrew the lines. For what reason, I don't know.
Gain more
Yeah,
spots.
that's,
You know,
Did MoDOT strike that when they redid that?
I think there was something with MoDOT. MoDOT had input on that somehow.
No, last time they paved it all the way to the side.
Yeah.
but the angle parking, it just, it leaves MoDOT more room, so I don't think it'd be a problem. Chris, did you have anything to add regarding the school buses and safety issue?
No, like I said, I talked to Linda one day and we were talking, and, it's hard to get the buses through there. I know on the far end, you were talking about the barbecue place, there's more room, but there's still a lot of big trucks that get parked in there, and they'll stay 3 feet back from that wall, because of course they don't want to get their bumper against it, and so that poses a big threat to the buses going by. I know when I go through, sometimes when I drive, we're over in the other lane trying to miss all the vehicles.
Didn't you tell me that there was something in this, that was illegal for a bus to pull over into the other lane to?
Well, it's a double line through there, you're not supposed to be crossing that line, and we end up running down the middle of the lane a lot of times because the bus drivers are afraid they're gonna hit somebody. And we've also had several incidences where we've had coming down through there, for whatever reason, somebody didn't see the big yellow bus and it backs out real quick, and I've had several of those where they've complained about hitting them. And then, the hitches on the back of the trucks, which, up until now probably wouldn't have done much, but, they're afraid, one of the tires hit one day, somebody parked out there, and so now they steer clear, they get on the other side, and no, we're not supposed to. I mean, legally, they could, give us a ticket every time we do it.
And I know that if we angle it more, increase that angle, that actually gives the operators, the vehicles backing out, a better view of oncoming traffic.
Right, and I agree with you, I like the angle thing, because just personally going down there myself, right now, if you have a truck on this side of you, if I'm in my small car, you back out, and I usually got one of the kids looking out the back window trying to see if they can see the cars coming, so, I think that would be a good place to start.
Yeah, I think so too. Thank you, Chris. What do you guys think? Anything there?
I like your ideas.
Yes.
Okay, we could have the operations manager review and see what it'll take timing and money-wise to restripe it with angles and see how that works out. You can put it on your graph, et cetera, and see how many spaces we lose. Making room for a handicap space at least on each block.
Yeah, I'll try and put something together.
And at the same time, check out that sidewalk idea, because long-term, that might be the way to go, because I don't think these vehicles are gonna get any shorter. I hope not, anyway.
No, I like them already.
Any further discussion? Okay, thanks everybody for the input. We're gonna discuss the pro shop enhancements. Ty, I think you have a little bit more to tell us.
Yes.
We were looking for information.
I want to start off by going over this quote from A.D. Williams turf sprayers. This is kind of a bare bones spray rig that has it could serve multiple purposes within the city as well. The wastewater treatment facility, they have over 5,000 linear feet of spraying that they do in their complex just for weed prevention. And this sprayer, I could work with them and do, I couldn't go like around and do everything within the city, but in like certain areas, just due to licensing. I could do it for licensing purposes where the public does not have access to. But I just wanted to give a heads up. Right now it takes them quite a while to
What do they use right now?
electric, just like a little 20-gallon.
Oh, yeah. Like on the back of
electric
the-
pump in the back of a,
Farm sprayer.
yeah, a farm sprayer.
Yeah.
But
Is that inefficient? What's the difference of using what you're saying? Time
It would,
savings?
it would be, it would be, I could do it probably in, I could do the whole thing in probably 2 hours, whereas it takes them probably 2 to 3 days to do all of that. Just because this is a 200-gallon tank, I can mix up one tank and buzz through there and get all that. And there's probably some other places within the city that could be used, so it's not just a,
Yeah, the parks will be able to utilize it.
Yes.
Roads even.
yes. So, but I am, last time I was here, we talked about possibly getting another vehicle to slide this in. Those are like nowhere to be found. Everybody, like Toro, John Deere, and Jacobson are the 3 major suppliers of turf vehicles, heavy-duty turf vehicles. And if we were to order a brand new sprayer right now, they can't guarantee it for 2 years till we got it. And so everybody is just holding on to what they have, and so that makes the used market almost.
Paying full price if there is any.
Exactly. You're either paying full price if there is any, or you're just getting just a piece of junk that's used up. And so I'm still keeping my eye out for it. This still is a good platform because it allows us, we still get multi-use out of the vehicle that we have. And so it's not, it doesn't tie up for a sole purpose vehicle.
And you could slide it in any vehicle from another department.
No, because this has a retractable boom. It is set up for either a John Deere or a Toro Workman type
More
of
specialized.
vehicle. Yes, it's a very specialized slide-in sprayer. So, before I move on, does anybody have questions about this? And
What's the savings over it compared to the whole rig again? If we could find one.
if we could find
Don't look at use, as a new one.
as a new one, you're looking at $60,000 for a 200 to 300 gallon.
So you're already
sprayer.
looking at a $51,000 savings off the
Savings
bat.
off the-
That's
right off
what
the
I need
bat.
to do. Yeah.
And, yeah,
Todd, what's your need timing wise?
the need is, April. I would like to have it here by April, which means that right now, they're on a 3 to 4 month backlog. And so it would be needing to give them an answer and a down payment to get this ball rolling. We have 2 more applications between now and April that we're going to be making. And we're just gonna do the best we can with what we have. And it's, and we'll just make it.
With
Make
what
it work.
you have compared to this, evidently what you have can be used, you're saying, it can be made.
It can be
What's it costing us to use that versus putting the $10,000?
$10,000. Great question. It is costing us basically assurance that if we were to go out, well, we were spraying at the end of this year, some fungicides on the greens. Sprayer went down and it was only like, it was less than $300 to repair it. But it took 2 weeks to get the parts in. And so in the summertime, whenever the heat is bad and you have pythium pressure, which is like a really deadly grass disease, I would say tens of thousands of dollars is what you're looking at, because you're looking at dead grass and So it's just having the assurance of this piece of equipment is gonna go out and work. Cost-wise, we can keep patching it together, it's just, we have to have the pieces, but it took 2 weeks to get pieces that should have been literally overnighted, but it's the backlog still, or that's what I'm hearing, that's why.
Have you and or the clerk and or Tina discussed the budget of the golf course?
Of
What's available?
I have not spoken with them, I've not
Not on
spoken
this.
about this at all. I do know that this is under budget, and I do know that we are, the whole reason that I'm even bringing any of this up is due to the almost $40,000 that is saved in the chemical budget. So I know that we have room in the budget. And this is where I'm saying it may be wise to invest some of that.
And when you're spraying, and with the present rig or whatever you're
Yes.
using,
Yep.
compared to this new one, are we gonna save on chemical as well for the application?
Oh, absolutely,
Because
absolutely.
that's expensive chemical.
Absolutely, because it's, I mean, I can go over all of those reasons, or I can just say, yes, we will, but there's constant pressure, better, there's newer technology. This has this, where is it? The foam markers, it lays down foam lines going down, and so I'm not spraying 2 or 3 nozzles. The whole thing is getting just an even blanket of protection versus I have a huge gap over here and I doubled over here. So I'm having, yes, there's better technology.
You guys think?
So that and plus the man hours of. I mean,
Yes.
that's a
I think we
lot.
just gotta make sure that we have the money in that account
Yeah.
is the main thing. I have no objections, I'm already looking at as far as for the changes, and I've already seen the equipment up there that he's trying to work around, and that's a better word for it. Is it a long-term solution? No, but it's definitely for right now, and at that type of savings.
Yeah,
Due to constraint of time and ordering, I'd like to see a motion that we get that moving on the basis of the
Checking
budget
money's in
and
the
the
account.
money is there.
Okay.
And I make a motion for such.
I'll make a motion that we accept this proposal with,
contingency of,
The money being in the budget.
thank
Money
you.
being in the
I have a pretty good feeling that they do all turf sprayers for all over the country. And if I was to ask for special terms that pushed it out 120 days or so, they would probably work with us on that as well. It may cost us 1 or 2%, but that's not an uncommon thing to
You can
ask
use
for.
that if necessary.
Yes,
once you
if
figure
it
out
does not,
where we're at.
yes,
Well, my only thing with that is we're pushing it then to the next budget, and we're not sure what's the next budget, because you're looking at,
They wouldn't
Yeah,
go
pushing
that, you were not
terms.
talking going that far.
no, I was just talking about pushing it, like how we
A
have,
few months.
yeah, just if we push it to May.
Because we won't get delivery in for a few months.
That's what I'm
We don't
saying.
have to pay the balance until April.
Yeah,
and if they push it further, that puts it into the next budget. That's what we can obligate out of if it's in the checking, but I don't know what we're gonna have in the next budget, is where I'm saying
Gotcha.
that.
yeah.
I would much rather, if it's in there, obligate and go for the savings, but that's where the contingency,
Yeah.
I'm saying is.
okay.
Do we have a proposal? Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
And there a second. Any further discussion? Okay.
Aye.
Vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Very good on that portion. And what do you have news for us on this golf simulator idea?
The golf simulator idea, I worked the rest of those numbers out, and if we were to purchase the simulator, my projections show that we would have a $7,800 gross income per month. When I asked Carla about the numbers of what we have been doing up until this point, what she has been doing up until this point, she was, the pro shop was slated to make $11,000 for this fiscal year, and right now, she's killed it, and she's like 110% over budget, so she's made just over $12,000. So when I take, and then I found how, to make $12,000, she spent just over $2,000. And so when I did the math on that, our expenses for food and beverage would be around $900 to make that $4,200. To staff the pro shop for 6 days would be $3,500. And then I have miscellaneous at $1,000, and there's several things that go under miscellaneous. In speaking to several of the people that in speaking to several of the places that we would purchase a simulator from, there are downloads that take place that, it's just, it can be a rolling, like a $100 update here or $200 update here, a new screen. There's certain things that, I said miscellaneous, it could just be the cost of doing business. And so I put $1,000 in there. So taking that out of the $7,800, we would stand, the projection is to make $2,400 a month during the off season. And the off season being basically half of November through middle of March, middle to end of March. So a simulator cost would be between $25,000 to $3,000. The construction in the pro shop would be around $2,000. There's several different ways to do an install on this, but I would say install and furnishings we could do for $5,000, which would bring us around a $35,000 to $40,000 number. And with all of those numbers, the ROI would be about a year and a half to get our money back out of that. The more I speak with members and people who play out here, I see a lot of interest. You don't know what you have until you have it and actually see what is, how it gets used. I do feel like my numbers are more on the conservative side. So now I'm going to kind of roll into what I see more of a plan. The golf course is here to serve the community, first of all, and to enhance the community. There are things that are going on the golf course itself that need to either be brought up to date or just need to be brought into existence. I feel like those things are more important right now, like a putting green, putting a putting green in. That's kind of like a staple at any golf course. It's a natural meeting area. We want people to be up closer to the pro shop and not just be, we're working on it, coming up with a fence to kind of just shuffle traffic closer to the pro shop so we can have a better account of what is going on there. I feel like those things are more important right now than a golf simulator. I love the golf simulator idea. I've only worked here for 3 months. I would like to see I would like to put this in, I would like a budget for this, I guess is where my comfort level is. I think that this would work, but I would like to see I always like to see us budget for this and plan for it and not just, I kind of, and I would like, honestly, I would like to go visit, there's a public course over in Joplin called Shepherd Decker. And they're a public facility, they have a golf simulator. I have called their general manager and I've set up an appointment to go speak with them about, specifically about the business of the simulator. I'm gonna take this sheet over there and I'm gonna run all my numbers by him and just get his, I'm gonna have more time for homework on the golf simulator. He says it is a killer, like it's great for them. I would assume it would be great for us too, but I want to know, it's the city's money and I want to be sure that we're doing, I can dang near do that. So my little write-up on thoughts on how to proceed at the golf course, I would like to put the putting green in this winter and this spring, and I would like to enlarge at least one, if not two, of the par 3 tee boxes, just to show it, like people are excited and they're wanting to see some change. All of this change costs money, and I want to do the change. It's just, I just placed the order for the sprinkler heads for the putting green, and that alone was like $4,500. And so that's gonna, I have the time to make the change happen. I just don't have the funds, and I think it's better to put the funds into the golf course than the golf simulator right now. If you guys want to go for the golf simulator, I can get behind that, and we will run with that as best we can. But those are my thoughts, and I'm asking any questions, and
I'm all for the golf simulator because I installed one myself in Michigan once way back, and it brought in a lot of revenue. But at the stage we're at right now, I like the idea of concentrating on the putting greens, et cetera, getting people together, working from there rather than a new investment at this time of year, because really we're hitting into summer, we're gonna get some dry months of the golf simulator. So
exactly.
it'd be better to wait and go to
I would like to
fall.
plan for it, budget for it, and if it's right, if we could have the simulator ordered in July, August, we could have it here, and we could start the
We get
winter
more bang
season.
for our buck quicker
Exactly.
next winter.
Exactly.
And in the meantime, we'd be improving this whole summer's usage on the golf
Yes.
course. But are you asking?
So I would like to revisit this, maybe in July-ish, if you don't mind if I put a note in there.
Actually, I'd like to have an update for what your conversation
Okay.
was in Joplin
Yeah.
before, because if you wait too many months, you're gonna miss a lot of that conversation.
Yes.
So before you push it aside, let's at least get the updates for the information that you're drawing.
Okay.
That way it's fresh.
Yeah.
And the idea of working on the putting greens, you've got $8,000 here. Now, is that what your normal maintenance would have been in your budget, and you're working towards anything right now, or are you looking for more money? 'Cause we don't have a lot of money to spread around.
Spread around. Right now, I have talked to I've talked to 4 people about donating. I was gonna say volunteer, and that was not the volunteering their money, donating to install the putting green. We already have around $3,500 that has either been donated or from a rebate check. In any money that I find, I'm putting over there. Then the only thing that I have left to purchase is the sand for this, and it's like right at And so there's $5,000 that I'm currently looking for.
You got anything going? A long time ago, we discussed banners, people putting money up for advertising, et cetera.
Those are 4 people that I have spoken with.
Is that
And
what
I've
that's
only,
so far?
that's what I have not heard a yes and I have not heard a no. But I'm gonna go back and revisit those businesses. And if you guys know of any businesses that might be of interest to do stuff out there?
That's her job. She's the marketing, so, and
I
yes,
will
visit
I will gladly set up a conversation at me, and we've talked about those people too, so. But, so no, that $5,000, it's something that I would need to speak with Shannon about and see where we're at and what we can do.
Great, very good.
But
And
it's,
advertising is something that they can go with your approval as far as for spending for upkeep, and that's.
Yeah.
one of
in the pro
main
shop though, that is
Yes,
one
yes.
very requested thing, is the putting green, and then of course the driving range eventually, but the putting green is a big request. Even, especially outer towners even, they'll call and say, hey, do you have a putting green, do you have this, and we don't.
They want practice facilities or warm-up facilities to.
Well, being a golfer, you come and going to other towns, like I played Shepherd Deck here last June, there in Joplin, and a few others. The putting green is like the statement of the course.
Yes.
If you got a nice putting green, you got a nice course. To where-
Well, and I mean,
We
ours,
haven't had one
we've
in
got
a few
right there beside the
It's
pro
a
shop
centerpiece.
with the beer and the food, and
Yeah.
I think it would be a huge,
It would be-
huge upgrade for us.
What was the time frame that you actually generated the money out of the pro shop? Wasn't it only 4 months?
Yeah, it would have been July,
So not even a
August,
year. No,
September.
but in 4 months.
Not even-
you were
yeah, not even-
Yeah, not even
115%
quite.
Over what the projected was.
Yes.
Not a budget, but projected.
Yes.
revenue. So, yeah, projected revenue.
And so we are, I mean, March hits, and there's no reason why that same pace is not going to pick back up. If not, I think it's gonna actually increase more just because of
Golfers talking.
golfers talking and city. I mean, there's people that come in and just order breakfast on days or come in and get lunch.
And we're definitely gonna look at more tournaments
Yes.
than we have been having and try to get that going again.
Yeah.
Harley, you spent $2 grand in food and made 12 grand?
That's what my budget says.
Cooking is yummy.
Yeah,
That's cool.
Good job.
Well done.
so
Very good.
with the sprayer, what can I tell this?
Is this the only company that provides them, or can you get 3 bids to take care of our
I
bidding
could,
process, a purchasing policy?
yes. No, I can definitely get, we just need 3 bids on sprayers.
Correct.
I can get 3 bids on sprayers.
And then contingent on the budget?
Next week, week after,
First week of January.
first week of January.
I don't know of another company that builds slide-in sprayers, but I can get,
Just something
Turf,
very
similar.
comparable.
yes,
It doesn't have to be exact, but just comparable.
So how much are you talking possibly that we'd have to pay down to get this?
Slide-in sprayer company?
Slide-in.
Yeah, because you said we would have to pay so much down and then the balance when it arrived.
yes.
What are you thinking the percentage wise?
I think it'll be 25% down to
Okay.
get started, and then we'll pay the rest.
So we're looking.
Right now, about
3 grand?
1,500 to 2,000 to get it started,
Okay.
coming this way. And then upon delivery, it would be the balance.
Okay,
And then we would also, if we needed to, I could ask them to extend it. And
now that will fit in our existing turf vehicle up there?
yes,
Okay,
yep.
sounds good for me.
So,
For the next budget, we can also look at doing a like maintenance that comes from other departments as we see if somebody else is actually using it. But for now, keep it underneath golf as far as for that, so.
Yeah, because if we loan it out, we want them to pay.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine that.
I mean, sorry, but our budget's very limited, so yeah. We're not gonna let them use it for free.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Ty. Appreciate the work you're doing.
So,
And Carla.
Thank you.
So what can we have a motion to purchase this?
We already did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
Okay.
you're all set.
And then I just need to get you the other two.
Yeah, contingent on to make sure that it's there, and that'll be what, the first week of January, so.
Thank you very
I
much.
have the motion to move forward. I don't have a second for,
I second.
Yeah.
and I don't have a roll call.
Further discussion?
No.
No, for the actual contingent on the money. We made the motion and seconded, we didn't vote as far as for that.
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Thanks for keeping us straight.
And trying, it's a hard job.
I know.
Okay, the next one is Bill 1355, Ordinance 1727, amending the garage sales of the City Code of Ordinances. What were we amending there? What were we changing? Is this,
This was sort of a cleanup one. The old one said that if you had, I believe, more than 2 yard sales a year and didn't pick up your signs and didn't turn them in with the police department, that you were having one that a fee would be added to your utility bill, which we can't do. So that part got removed.
We cleaned it up and gave the responsibility to the trash department.
Yeah.
so this will be the first reading of it.
Yes.
And Bill number 1355, ordinance number 1727, an ordinance amending chapter 53, garage sales of the City Code of Ordinances for the City of Mountain View, Missouri. Whereas the Board of Aldermen has determined there is a need to amend chapter 53. Be it ordained by the Board of Aldermen, the City Code of Ordinances hereby amended by amending chapter 53, garage sales in its entirety. Garage sales. Definitions for the purposes of this ordinance, the following terms, phrases, words, and their normal things will have the meanings given herein. Goods is meant to include any goods, wares, merchandise, articles, or other personal property capable of being the object of a sale regulated hereunder. Number 2, person is any person, firm, partnership, association, corporation, company, or organization of any kind. Number 3, garage sale is a sale of goods for profit offered to the public, conducted at a single family, a dual family, or a multi-family residential dwelling place. Number of sales, shall be unlawful to conduct more than 3 garage sales at the same location within any calendar year. Duration of sales, it shall be unlawful to conduct a garage sale lasting longer than 3 days' duration. Advertising signs restricted. No person shall erect, place, post, or mark any sign advertising a garage sale on any public property, including street signs and posts and traffic signs and posts, or on any public utility pole. Any sign erected, placed, posted, or marked advertising such garage sale shall be placed no longer than 2 days before the sale and shall be removed on or before the last day of such sale. The person responsible for conducting such garage sale shall be responsible for removing any such sign. Any sign erected, placed, posted, or marked advertising a garage sale that is not removed by the Monday following its placement shall be picked up and disposed of by the city sanitation department during their trash routes. Penalty: any person violating any of the provisions of this ordinance shall be deemed guilty of a misdemeanor, and upon conviction thereof shall be fined a sum of not less than $1 and a sum not to exceed $100. Each day during which any violation of this ordinance continues or exists shall be deemed to be a separate violation. Goods not to be displayed on public property. No goods offered for sale at a garage shall be displayed for sale on any public street or right-of-way. Do we have a motion to pass this ordinance?
Make a motion to accept Bill 1355, ordinance 1727 as read.
I'll second.
Seconded by Laura. Any further discussion? I think you pretty much plain English, straightforward for now. Roll call vote?
Aye.
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 Yes.
It's an ordinance, you have to read it
Yeah, it's only first
This
reading.
is the first reading.
again. If you want
Pass
it
the
to,
first reading of what?
if you want it to pass tonight, then you'll need to do a second reading tonight.
Oh,
Can you just do a summation like what Deidre did? Can you just do
you only
the-
had it down for first reading, you want it?
That's totally up to you guys. I mean, I don't know that it's
Next month again.
I don't know that it's an urgent
Yeah.
issue. It's just a cleanup thing, so that's totally up to you guys.
Let's move it, we got way too much going on.
Okay. Approval of expenditures for the fire department. You guys have a bill there for hoses, et cetera. This is coming out of
County ARPA.
the county ARPA fund that the commissioners set up for us. Total is $5,284. Do you have a motion on that, or?
We did not have 3 bids when you guys approved the other things that we purchased. So we finally got the 3.
It looks like we're going with, Hofcom.
Yes, which coincidentally has been the lowest on everything else that we've
Yeah.
bought and who we have an extensive history of purchasing.
And that's also who comes up and does all the training too,
Yes.
right? Yes.
I'll make a motion that we go ahead and accept that.
I'll second.
Second by Punky. Any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Aye.
But
Aye.
Motion passes. An ordinance to accept annexation of land owned by Gary McCann. This was first reading last meeting, I believe.
Yes.
And then we're looking for a second reading contingent on the map that is provided as such in your packet. That I think Murray requested them, or Linda requested, sorry.
Yeah, there's some of the other stuff that's not necessary.
is it in there?
I don't have the thing to read a second reading.
I didn't see the 1725 ordinance.
Yeah.
Did not stick it back in there?
We got the other two that were from the new one.
I can go grab it. If you want to go fast, Eddie can take minutes till I go find it. It's up to you.
Do you want us to push that back a little bit? We will postpone the reading of that until the paperwork is found. Okay, we will move on to the reading of the solid waste customer relations and rate.
That is your trash ordinance.
Yes, that's the one that was pushed back to make sure that we got the corrective stuff in there with also the descriptions.
Yes, I think you were
Oh.
holding on small, medium, and large.
This is-
Large was
yeah.
one item.
This is just going ahead and passing the rate change that we've already been trying, so, yeah.
So
Okay,
I
I
don't
can read.
think there's any way with what we've got going on later tonight.
No, no, that shouldn't have any effect here.
Okay.
Not yet. It's just merely finishing up old business on this. Boy, you read it so much better than me.
Do you want me to do it? Do you want me to summarize? You know, you too can summarize things.
I know, I don't know what I can delete and not. You do. Legally, I'd rather have it done right.
Bill number 1349 to become ordinance number 1721, second reading, an ordinance amending the city code of ordinances for the city of Mountain View, Missouri, whereas the city council has determined there is a need to amend the city code of ordinances of the city of Mountain View, Missouri, be it ordained by the Board of Aldermen for the city of Mountain View, Missouri, that chapter 60 of the city code of ordinances, specifically 60.130, subsections 3, 4, 5C, and 7 be amended as follows. Chapter 60, solid waste. Section 60.130, solid waste customer regulations and rates. The first reading, you actually read everything out. The main things that are changing are under section 3, which is specifying the bulk rate changes, which is that the bulk rate items weighing more than 40 pounds or items that will not fit in a 33-gallon bag will be charged a bulk rate. Small items such as a small television, small chair, twin mattress, or small box spring will be $5. Medium items such as a toilet, burn barrel, full or queen mattresses, dresser, small couch, recliner, or love seat will be $10. And large items such as a very large couch, hide-a-bed, king mattress, or camper shell will be $20. Subsection 4, which is the tire rate, which is the tires with rim size of 20 inches or less shall be $5 without wheel or $10 with wheel with approved stickers. Tires with rim size greater than 20 inches in size will be charged the bulk item rate of $15 with approved stickers. Tires with wheels from both cars and pickup trucks will be $10 with approved stickers. Tires with wheels from large trucks will be charged $25 with approved stickers. And tractor tires without wheels will be $50. Tractor tires with wheels will be $75. 5C, which is under metal rates, and specifies that it will be $10 for a half pickup load of wire. Wire must be separated from all other items. And 7, which is that construction dumpsters shall be rented based on the terms as described in the dumpster rental guidelines and fees agreement, which is referenced in section 9 of the same ordinance. Additional fees will be charged for the volume of refuse generated as followed. 1 cubic yard of trash is $10. Construction waste per cubic yard, boards, lumber, flooring, sheetrock, etc. is $25. Construction waste per cubic yard, shingles, etc. is $35. And commercial cardboard per cubic yard is $5. Those are all the specific changes. If anyone wants to see a copy of the full ordinance, feel free to ask your city clerk for a copy.
She wasn't, oh, she did hear it.
Do I have a motion to?
Do we want to discuss first? The only thing we need
Well,
to...
we need a motion to discuss.
Okay. I'll second.
Okay, discussion.
Actually, I thought you were the one that brought this up, that if somebody has an actual dumpster at their house, are we doing both the residential fee and the dumpster fee if they have it for monthly? It's just something for future to look at.
Yes.
And then I've got a question for Dave also, since he's here. The tires, are we gonna be okay with the rates changing for that, or are they getting ready to go up again, or have you already been noticed as far as for going up?
The last rate that it was, we sold some, I got the new prices. So based on that, that's where we set the tire prices.
Okay, you've already changed it according to what we're looking at?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the question about the dumpster, if the trash rates for the same home?
If they're doing it, yeah, simultaneously for a month or longer, but then it gets into tracking, so it's just something that we need to be observant for, I guess, to look at. I mean, because if we're already charging the regular trash fee, and then now we're giving a dumpster on top of it, do we want to charge both, or?
On a case-by-case basis, I'm guessing that if and when they order the dumpster, and it's at a residence that has the trash rates, we automatically credit them that trash rate for the month.
Because, well, I just want to make sure that we're not
Some are getting
double charging is what the thing. And it's only for those that keep a dumpster or whatnot for a monthly at a time. How many of those do you have, you know?
I've got about 40 out.
40 out.
To residences?
But some of them are part-time, you know, they may keep it a month or two.
Okay.
But then I've got some that want to keep it year round.
Yeah, and I'm not talking about businesses, I'm talking about residences
Yeah.
themselves. So.
There's probably,
Do they get dumped more than once a month?
sometimes.
Okay, so okay, I got it.
I've got probably 10 of them that want to keep it. And what I'm getting is, they're paying for that dumpster,
Yep.
but our ordinance states is trash is supposed to be picked up weekly. So we're only dumping it once a month. One
That's-
time on Wade Street, I had some neighbors complaining about a dumpster just sitting there in the summer months, and it was smelling pretty right. And they wanted to know why that dumpster wasn't dumped every week. I said, well, it's not full, they haven't called us. So, but our ordinance says weekly.
So that might be the fix anyway, do it where it gets dumped at a minimum of weekly.
Now, some of them, we do dump at least every month. But people want to keep the dumpster. What they're opposed to is paying the monthly trash rate every month for residential pickup. Plus, they have this dumpster.
Right.
They would like to drop the $20 a month.
And just do the other.
Yeah, and I don't have any, there's, I don't know, probably 10 at the most that they could opt to not pay the $20 bag service and then pay the dumpster rate.
So how do you streamline that and keep it going? So as soon as if they order a dumpster and they're asked at that time, how long do you plan to keep it, et cetera, and then we can credit you this. If they don't tell us about it, it's gonna get billed.
Yeah.
Does that sound about right?
I'd say almost it'd have to be, they have to keep it at least through the first cycle and then from there to a monthly. But I think that his other part that he hit into is that it needs to be dumped on more of a regular
Yeah.
basis.
Take it
You're
a
talking
step
about
further.
food and stuff like that,
It
and a
doesn't need to
month
sit there
is a
long.
long time during the summer.
And we do also have once a month, that's for businesses, once a month, and it's usually, it's not stuff that's smelling real right, it's like sign shops and stupid things, muffler shop,
Smaller business.
smaller, yeah.
So do we have the ability to pull that off of our bill?
But, you know, I'm always getting people calling wanting a dumpster.
Can you sustain that? Let's say that it increases another 10% if this goes through. Can you handle another 10% of the smaller dumpsters
Most of
going
the time,
out?
people don't want to pay that dumpster rate, they're happy with the bag service, and
Yep.
if you have extra trash, we'll go to City Hall, you get a $1 sticker for
Yep.
an extra bag or two. Have no problem with that. On average, we have probably 40 dumpsters out, temporary dumpsters.
So the cost is the biggest deterrent too.
My concern
Looking at
is,
almost $60 a month for the smallest dumpster with one dump.
you know, it's 35 to set it, and then it's, I think we empty it once, it's $20. 55.
Oh, okay. And it's $20 each dump? Each
Yeah,
dump.
for regular trash.
Yeah. It's at the force of the dump it 4 times.
No. We're not having no problem with that. People want to keep it.
That's what kind of problem.
But,
I think we can look at this one again later anyway for the two. I just wanted to have a little bit more input.
Well, as of the changes you mentioned that are in here, don't affect any of that.
Right.
So we can at least get this ordinance passed through, and then we're gonna have to visit it and come up with, I'm not sure. It's just gonna have to go through when they come in and order the dumpster. We have to know who, what, where, and tell them at that time that yes, you're eligible to be not charged, or if you, once you're there a month, you won't have to be paid for that, for your normal trash services. So I think that would be like an internal deal for our side.
then I also have some people that go ahead and set their trash out and utilize the bag service, and then they're using the dumpster for their cleanup and
So
their
they
garage
don't fill the
stuff. They're
dumpster
still
up.
setting their trash out.
Well, then they pay.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, and I've had other customers that would like to opt out of the $20 a month,
yeah.
and because I have a dumpster here.
So it's a double-edged sword.
So it's
That's
kind of
what
up to that customer if it's
Which,
there, but boy, you guys come along and grab up 2 bags and there's a dumpster sitting there, somehow we've got to back charge them. That might put a lot of work.
Well,
in
we-
your crew.
the people that are utilizing the bag service, we're going ahead and picking up their trash. And then they'll call us, you know, they're cleaning up or maybe doing some small remodeling, and then they call us to come and dump the temporary dumpster.
Yeah, but those
But
won't be
they're
there
paying
more
for
than
both.
a day. Yeah, they won't be there more than a month anyway, so.
A month or two, yeah.
Any other questions for the, we do a motion on the floor, I believe, to pass bill number 1349 and it's seconded. Roll call vote,
Aye.
Aye.
motion passes.
Who made the motion?
I
My
didn't,
note taker, second.
I didn't, and Larry made the second. Poor Eddie.
So what about this other, it's gonna be later.
Yep, thank you. And we now have ordinance that we could revisit. The old number something on there. Let's see.
Bill 1353, ordinance 1725.
1353,
Ordinance 1725.
25. This is the second reading, and you guys have 117 pages of paper, I'm sure you've all studied
6 trees.
in the weekend. Basically, it answered, I believe it answered your question without getting too in-depth with architectural drawing, et cetera. So it's up to you, and it's up to you guys if you want to have a motion. Wait, did I read it? I didn't read it yet. And I probably shouldn't I? There's no
He
reason.
tried
Oh,
so hard to get out of that.
I can abbreviate some of that?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, anytime that anyone wants to see a full one, they can always come in and ask
Got it.
for it.
Okay. Bill number 1353, ordinance number 1725. An ordinance amending the city code of ordinances for the city of Mountain View, whereas Gary McCann has filed an application to be annexed into the city, whereas it has been determined that said annexation is in line with and beneficial to the preservation of the city zoning plan. Whereas the Planning and Zoning Committee has recommended annexation of the property and zoning it as R1. And whereas the City Council has determined that there is a need to amend the City Code of Ordinances of the City of Mountain View, Missouri, granting said annexation to allow the property to be annexed into the city limits of the City of Mountain View, Missouri. Be it ordained by the Board of Aldermen of the City of Mountain View, Missouri, that Chapter 42 of the City Code of Ordinances be amended to add the following paragraph. Rezoning and annexation fees. Annexation, Gary McCann's property is described as followed: into the city limits of Mountain View and zoning, said property is R1. And it proceeds to read the entire property description, and that's all you get. And anyone that wants a full copy of it can see our city clerk, and they will give you a copy of all the events along the line, etc. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept it.
Motion by Lendo,
I'll second.
second by Punky. Any further discussion on it? Roll call vote.
Aye.
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 That was the second reading, so we're good on that second time around. Page 2. Council to discuss and about the choosing an electrical upgrade contractor for alley upgrades. I didn't even see that.
He's
back here hiding.
He's hiding
Okay.
really well.
Ronnie, if I could get you up here, he's head of our electrical department, senior supervisor. You can tell us the need and the prioritization of it, and the choice and why.
We've got a Gale Scobie as a contractor, and the reason why is them H-frames are in very bad shape. They've been for years, and I think this month, yeah, the other 2 weeks ago or a little bit longer, we actually discovered that if one of them falls, it's gonna take more than one of them down, and that whole south end of town is gonna be without power till they put it back up and down. This ain't a day or two job or a 3-day job. This is a job that's gonna take us and some others quite some time to get this put back together.
Oh, if it fails in the meantime,
Yes.
it's not gonna be a
But,
quick patch.
no, it's not gonna be something that we're gonna jump on, and even with the guys, people in here, we're not just gonna jump on the power back up on the south end of town in a week. And, I mean, it's bad. And we're looking into bad weather coming in, which we've had bad weather before, they filled out, but it only takes one time.
What would you say is the age of some of those?
They were there whenever I was a kid. I remember so they're somewhat a little old.
Early 1900s.
Somewhere around there. I'm glad you went with the 1900s.
Hey, aren't we old?
And of these proposals that we've had bid out, I believe you had decided, and I know I am all for it, the Scobie because of past affiliations with some of our electricians working with them. And I believe they are the actual lowest price as well.
There is, they actually, I think 5 years ago was in on this when this all started, and they was the lowest bidder back then. For some reason, Kiowa was the one that got the contract, and we know how that went. And so far, I've yet to hear anything bad about Scobies. And the old boy, he's talked to him quite a bit here lately. He's willing to work. I understand the problem that we're having. He's willing to work with us on this, and he's actually had went as far as to tell us about MUPA having grants for this. It may not pay all of it, but it will, and it might. I don't know if anybody ever get it.
I have.
You have not?
I talked to him today.
Oh, you talked to him?
Yes.
What, did you find out anything good?
Yes, I did. He assures us that we can and will get very low interest financing for it. No problem at all there. He sees absolutely no problem whatsoever. Verbally over the phone, because the meeting was tonight. And there's a possibility of getting, just a possibility, use of a grant that they are receiving. They're not receiving it immediately, but they are receiving it this spring, of millions of dollars, which they disperse to their customers, and this would fall right in their category without any problem at all. It's just that the problem is, if it fails between now and then, we'll have to jump on the financing. You know, get some, 1 or 2, I'm hoping 1 or 2% loan and get it going, because we don't have the cash, of course, in our budget, but we had previously had money in the budget, and we canceled that project. But things are getting tight, everything, all this price hikes of everything, it's just not that easy. But we really need to take a gamble and secure them before his prices go up. Because every one of these proposals, every one of them are only good for 30 days or less, which has already lapsed, all the way from October 31st. And he has agreed to hold on to it until, I believe, the 10th of January, to hold true on this price, which is very gratuitous of him, fantastic. And of course, this is strictly the labor, not the material, labor and trucks, equipment. We have all the material in-house.
We have all the material sitting down there ready to go.
So if we wait,
Got one. Yeah.
if we wait for a catastrophic happening, we will be out, and incidentally, that's my place too, I'll be out. You're out.
I
You're
started
out.
to say, no,
Yeah,
let's
we've
get
got
that
quite a
done.
few here that will be out.
Aye.
And then it'll be all emergency repairs, which goes through the roof with prices and cost and timing.
Said I've been out all summer, so I don't care.
Didn't we just sign in a contract with who we get our power from to where they can, a set rate as far as for help and assistance too?
Yes, yes, Kobe will help us, if we need it, yes.
Yes. As one
I
thing
mean,
they,
Skokie, did I say, I meant MPUA.
MPUA,
Yes.
yeah, that, and that's where I was wondering from.
Kobe's rates are actually more competitive than
Better than theirs.
Right.
Okay. And that was the question to compare, because we just went through 4 months ago and actually signed in with that agreement, so.
I talked to both MPUA and their rep for the grants and financing. So, we got good results going there.
Gail even said that if it comes out as far as the completion of the job, that he would not even, he wouldn't pressure for the whole amount at that time that you would do, and, you know, I've already explained to John about that, maybe, about what he would charge if for a length of time that we had to. He had not a problem with working with the city. He's wanting to see this get done. As he said, it should have been done 5 years ago. Now we're in the bad weather, and when Kiowa done what they done, if we'd have got him in here then and got started in on that, it probably would have been completed now. Bad weather, we're looking at least another month of getting the contract signed with him coming down, getting everything. I'm just saying another month of that, and then you've got bad weather coming there. And at one time he guaranteed us a 2-week deal. He was coming in 2 weeks and out, and now we're in his here. You can't hold the man to getting something like that done in this time in 2 weeks, and then because there's going to be days and cold and rain and snow. So,
Being a matter of urgency, what I'd like to see is us, or you guys, give me permission to lock this in. I don't know if he didn't tell me a down payment.
No, they would go down payment.
To lock in the contract so that we can get going on it, and we'll pursue the financing and or grants, but at least the financing as we need to. But he'll know that he can start scheduling his crew to get going on it, and just, he'll fit it in.
He even said there at one time, he said, if you'll just pay me for my men and my fuel, he said, we can do the rest. He said, just that right there, I think this will more easy work.
How long are you thinking whenever they get started on this, as far as power outages to our citizens on the south side of town? Because you're gonna have that down with cold weather coming in. If he said, hey, I can get on it in January or February, are they gonna be like a whole day with that, or what
As
do you
far as power outages on the south end of town, as far as we're not looking at anything like that. The only thing that could possibly be as far as an outage is when we're going through this alley and doing the businesses. That's where we're gonna have a little bit of problem. But he said that he would actually come in and get everything ready when he could. And then like on a Saturday afternoon or Saturday when a lot of them was closed, or a Sunday, they would come in and try to get them switched over at that time. But, you know, he's gonna do it the best he can do it without actually having a full blown outage. You know, we don't want a big outage.
I was just worried with winter coming and stuff, if we was gonna have people without heat or
Oh, not,
for any length of time.
they're not on this part out here. As they're doing that, we're not looking at a line outage. I mean, if it isn't, I'm gonna say 30 minutes to an hour maybe, but he was not talking about no kind of outage.
Everything would be parallel with the other.
It sounded to me like it was gonna be trying to work on milder days anyways.
Yeah.
If they are out.
And that's kind of like what you're doing out there, we're trying to, if we ever get done. Right now, we're waiting, as long as out there, we're waiting, we're going to have to shut it down, so
Yeah.
we gotta wait on a mile a day. Once we get everything in, shut it down, and we can go to switching over. And that's what he's pretty well, he said, this will board been a contractor, I forgot how many years, but said I'll get to hear anybody having a complaint with him.
Also taken into consideration, Yule Lawson from the MPUA, he's the Chief Association and Development Officer. He sent me a letter that shows that actually it was understood in the original contracts with Kiowa, et cetera, where we were doing all the work originally. I'm not blaming Kiowa, but no problem. I'm just saying that in the original stuff, it was their understanding and the city's understanding that because of the new system upgrades, which we've already done, and it included this section, And the money from the savings of that system upgrade would be paying for this section at the end. And it was not ever done. So they look at, when they took us into their pool for this, for our better electric rates, which we have now and hopefully enjoy, so to speak, for a little bit, they were under the understanding that this would have been done already. See, they're not saying we have to do it, but it was just in there, we had given it to them right, in fact, I had it here. So it's like we're behind the 8 ball there, but we don't have to do it. We have to do it, in my view, because that baby goes down, we're in trouble. And we're gonna find a way to finance it regardless, because it's mandatory, we have to get it done.
I know we're tight for money, and my opinion is, with winter coming, and then we've got tornado season coming, and I know that's stood there for a lot of years, but you can what if all day long.
Yeah.
If that would go down, how are we gonna answer to our citizens, our businesses with winter here, and if it takes 2 weeks, we're gonna be in pickle.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, that's just my thought.
I'm looking for a motion to do just that, to enter into a contract with them and work on the financing as we go.
I'll make a motion to grant the mayor permission to enter into a contract and find financing for said electrical upgrades.
By choosing,
Scobie.
I'll second.
that motion.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Keep your eye open for the
Aye.
next hots,
Excellent.
next hot zones, places that are actually still need to be upgraded.
Motion
But,
passes.
Well, this is the deal here too, so that if they come in here and they happen to get this done earlier, or instead of giving them back, well, they could either give us money back, or we've got another project, we finish it out, and we'll be here and stay here till it got worked out however we want to do it.
electrical upgrades, that's something I've been preaching for.
We got some.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Ronnie.
Thank you.
Okay, we want to further discuss the local fundraising, and that would be up here at Ellie.
So we spoke last meeting about bringing in Aaron Tippin for a concert on June the 2nd, which is a Friday. Just to reiterate, the concert would be held at the football field, and if there were rain, then that would be moved over to the Liberty High School Gymnasium. We have secured Aaron Tippin with your approval at $20,000. We checked with several different artists from about 200,000 down. We've got him secured at 20,000. That would require a $5,000 down payment that is due December 14th. Another $5,000 would be due May 15th, and the remaining $10,000 would be due the date of the show. The other costs associated would be lights, sound, and stage. That would be a cost of $12,000. We checked between Carl and I, those started at about $100,000. This particular company, we were able to get him down from $25,000 down to $12,000. The event insurance at this point would be about $450. They cannot give us a set in stone amount because they are not allowed to quote more than 90 days out. But at this point, they're expecting that to be about $450. The opening act that we would like to book is Levi Moore. He is a local guy, born and raised here, went to high school here. He just wants the cost of getting basically here and back. That would be a cost of $750. That, I believe, would bring in a lot of people just in itself. Again, he just wants to give back to the community and is tickled to death with the opportunity, if granted, to come and do that. We were projecting, and so is Aaron Tippin's manager and his booking agent, to sell about 2,000 tickets. There was a similar concert in Van Buren, if you guys remember, back the weekend that we had Pioneer Days. They sold over 2,000 tickets. I believe they thought it was right at 2,300. That was what we were told. We would sell those pre-sale at $30 a ticket. At the gate would be $35 a ticket. So if you're looking at just an easy number and going $30 a ticket and 2,000 tickets, that's gonna bring in a revenue of $60,000. And keep in mind, that is not counting the tickets, or the money that we would bring in from selling t-shirts. We project that, and I say we, that would be Carla and Eddie and I kind of throwing numbers and working together. We believe that we could get 40 sponsors on the back of a t-shirt, and then we would be able to sell those t-shirts. We kind of talked about maybe something like a community growing together. That's out on our sign on front of City Hall. We just really like that logo, and that's kind of what we're doing, is trying to bring the community together and to give back. Something like that, and then the groups that we would give money back to, and that, again, that's 100%. The city would not be making any profit off of this. We would put, if they've got a logo or their names or something with that kind of slogan on the front of the shirt, and then the people that we sold the sponsorships to would basically sell those t-shirts, pay for those t-shirts, and then anything we sold the t-shirts for would be 100% profit. We would also be selling banners. The largest banner would be a cost of $1,000 to the person, the businesses buying. That would give them 2 VIP tickets to eat a catered meal with Aaron Tippin. We'll have a big tent set up. So again, the concert in Van Buren, they sold 25 of those $1,000 banners. I actually just got confirmation today of a business that said 100% put me down for one, and we haven't even projected that out. There's one from the audience committing to another one as we speak. So those, again, if you look at those and we sold 25, you're looking at 25,000 just right there, just in the banners. The banners would be placed around the stage. Aaron Tippin does not want the VIPs to be farther than 5 feet, according to his rider, from his stage. So we would have our VIPs up front, and then we're kind of throwing around on what to do behind those or around those to basically kind of have a pit ticket. It wouldn't be a pit ticket, but we'll call it something that would have a different price so that they're closer to the stage. So, am I missing anything, Eddie or Carla?
Airplane.
What was the company that you're using for the lights, sun, and stage?
AC. I think it's AC. My post-it note, I think, is on my desk. I had it out.
Where are they out of?
They are out of,
Are the ones in Arkansas?
yeah, I believe it's northern Arkansas. They're about an hour and a half away.
Have you committed to them?
I haven't signed
No.
anything, but they are the cheapest we could find, and we've called for days.
I'm shocked you found equipment, honestly.
You what?
I'm shocked you found someone who had equipment available.
We've called probably 20 different people.
Yeah.
Several that we could find even in the state of Missouri. And there's actually 3 between Springfield, Ozark, and Republic.
And we found some willing, they just wanted a whole bunch of money.
Literally $100,000, just coming from the state of Missouri.
Yeah, let me call a few people.
Okay, and this is actually the people that did the concert in Van Buren. He is this guy, maybe I don't know, he said he was like an hour and 45, I don't remember, but an hour and 45 minutes, I think, away.
Did he have any specifics on what particular light, soundboards,
Yes.
state requirements?
The writer, I have the writer from Aaron Tippin, and it requires.
Can you email that to me so I can, okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what does the writer also say for security?
That I have to have 4 that will remain around the stage at all times, from the time that they arrive and around then. And then the rest is basically up to us. We have 15 committed from Care Center. They said that they would come stand at the gate, be security, whatever we needed. And then Mercy St. Francis has also told me to reach out, that they believe that they could send us some of their maintenance guys also to help us to be security if we needed.
I'm just thinking insurance and liability.
Sure.
If we do that and we get a certain group of people and we get them together, Jamie, is there anything you can do to just kind of be like, don't touch people, you know, like, is there just certain base rules that
There's
they would need to go over instead of just slapping a shirt on somebody and being like, you're security?
Yeah, we could tell people to do stuff, but,
Yeah,
yeah, absolutely, yeah, we could give them the rules.
just a basis for,
Right. With the city, with bringing in those volunteers, is the city liable for insurance wise and
Yeah.
the city's
That's why we
using
have the
it?
insurance.
Huh?
That's why we'd have to have the event insurance.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
it's more so, I believe, is the eyes and ears.
yeah,
Like, I see a
I really
problem.
don't think there's gonna be an
Right.
issue.
It's
with
just that I
the
see a
secur-
problem.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if it's 2,000, you said 2,000 tickets, I mean, we have 8,000 at Pioneer Days.
yeah.
Right.
So,
And the football
but just
stadium holds
dedicating
about
4,
2,000.
I already have officers that would volunteer to be with him or around him. They've done something like that before, so I'm sure Murray has contacts with MPs that would be willing to help too.
Yeah, and that's something too, but we gotta go by what the writer says. I've
There's
done a lot
nothing
of-
specific on security. I've got
Okay.
it.
I've done a lot of concerts with security of them, and they actually stipulate
Yeah, I'm
training
surprised
of
there's not.
certain people
There's
before
nothing.
they have to be up close, will have to be certain level of training. And that, the other writer to probably look at, not necessarily ours,
Right.
but his.
I've
Because
got-
he will have some kind of
So far.
requirements.
Yeah, I am actually shocked that there's nothing
You're right.
in writing about that, because that's usually like
Purchaser agrees to provide security personnel and take all security measures to ensure the safety of the artist at all times during the engagement hereunder. Purchaser's failure to provide such security and/or ensure artist safety shall be a material breach of this contract. On the date of the contracted performance and through completion of the artist loadout, purchasers shall have valid, current, and appropriate commercial general liability insurance with limits no less than $1 million per occurrence to cover its liability as noted above. Purchasers shall provide artists with certificate evidencing of this insurance.
The last writer I looked at for security was 4 pages by itself. So that's not a complete one, so. yeah, we'll
This is the one we
have
would
to have-
sign
If you would
and submit.
help and look into that, that'd be great, please.
What I'm looking for is a,
John,
oh, pardon. Yes,
We had Blake Shelton here, and we got one, we had 2 different ones come, and both of them had to be taken in to consideration, and then they composed and put them all together at the end. One of them, they brought the 3rd one before. So it might be something, Shannon, you asked them, but I don't, we had Blake Shelton, and then we had
Craig Morgan.
Craig Morgan, and we had that little guy, that little sissy guy, what was his name? I can't remember, but anyway, they all 3 were similar.
what I'm looking for is a motion to authorize me to enter into, well, we already were authorized to enter into the contract, but we need $5,000 for me to go ahead and give them a $5,000 down payment, but it's due on
Tomorrow.
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 I'll make a motion that you get the approval to give them $5,000 to enter into the contract.
Motion by Lindo,
I'll second.
second by Murray. Any further discussion?
And of course, this is all bank now, everything goes as planned and money back. Are we donating some money? Or we're gonna get,
We'll have to discuss that as far as that later. Right now, it's just all
It's
money
just
that we
the-
put in, we're gonna recoup to the city,
Okay.
just for what we put in.
Roll call vote?
Aye.
I,
Motion passes. Okay, council to review the pool contract. We don't have it yet. We're waiting on SCOCOG, and they're waiting on the Missouri Department of Natural Resources. Missouri Parks, I believe it is.
LW.
Something like that. They're waiting on the money from above. And once they do, then we'll have a contract and we'll have the pool under contract. And we theoretically, right now, the way it looks, we can and will be open, not with the Taj Mahal, but with a very decent pool by, what was that, Labor Day?
Yeah, I think that's our
It
traditional.
was May
Memorial
31st.
Or Memorial Day.
Memorial Day, Memorial Day, sorry.
Wait a minute.
Memorial Day. Yeah.
I was gonna say, I was-
Yeah, Labor Day shutdown day.
Wrong end of the summer for Memorial Day. Yes, we can. That's all old business, and before we go on to new business, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess. Back in session.
That was quite loud.
Okay, the first one under new business will be Ozark Development to address council on status of their organization.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to come up and talk to you and the council about the Ozarks Development Corporation. My name is Miles Smith. I'm the Manager of Member Services at Howell Oregon Electric Cooperative, and since its inception, the co-op has been involved in the industrial park in Ramona, and that's the Ozarks Development Corporation. The industrial park that kind of started out as a large field, and today is home to a number of jobs and hoping to increase those over time. The park began in the 1960s when economic development generally back then was the cities competing against each other for almost everything they did as far as jobs. And this vision of working collectively together was an idea that started to emerge more and more with communities. And so several of the communities got together and decided to start an industrial park in Ramona. Quite frankly, not really knowing what to do with the thing once they got it started. They filed articles of incorporation and sat there for a long time because nobody really knew how to draw jobs in, and quite frankly, communities were used to competing with each other. And so it wasn't always necessarily a friendly environment when it first started. But over the years, things developed, and really the first real development that occurred in the park was Caterpillar. When Glenn Barton was CEO of Caterpillar, he was from the Oregon County area and had relatives there, and he really wanted to leave a lasting impression on his tenure as CEO of that company. And so he decided to place a company, Caterpillar, there to make high-pressure hoses. And that's kind of where it all started. Now, at that point, there was somewhere around 15 communities that were involved in the industrial park. Anywhere from Alton to Koshkonong to Houston and North Licking and those type of things. But once the development really started, it settled down to the 3 communities in Howell County and then ultimately the county of Howell as well. So, and a lot of that had to do with loan guarantees and a number of other things that started involving financial commitments for the park ultimately. Today in the park, something that started as a cow pasture, about 600 acres of cow pasture roughly. There's 370 jobs in the park. That's up from 234 jobs in 2020. And we know during that time period, it's been very difficult for employers to find people. But those in the park have done so, and I think Caterpillar in particular is always has their signs open for more employees. They've been in a growth phase, and looks like will continue to be for a while to come, as are the other companies in the park as well. Pretty much everybody's been looking. Up until about 2001, the board that oversaw the park dealt with funding in a little bit different way than we do today. Their choice was the 3 cities in Howell County would basically, if the water well went down, there's $12,000 repair, each council would be approached and say, okay, let's fund our fair share of that, a third of it. And that's how they funded the bills for the park. And you never knew, because there really wasn't a budget, there was just kind of crisis management, if you will, of the park itself. So you never really knew what to expect as far as the council on budget item for the park each year. Since 2001, that changed where we set a budget we thought we could live within of $100,000 a year. And that's the park's budget. We have no way of making money from the people that are there. Once the land is sold, that's pretty much, there's no revenue generation. Utilities are break even, if you will. So that $100,000, what's fair for the 3 cities that participate? Well, at that point in time, they said what the fairest option would be divided by population. So that's the way it was looked at. West Plains funds 70% of the budget based on their population, and then Mountain View and Willow, being about equal at that point in time, fund 15% each, or $15,000 a year. And so that's the way it's been broken out since that point in time. We have hosted an annual gathering at the park each year, other than the COVID years. And back several years ago, we looked at the number of jobs in the park and where they came from by zip code. It broke out to almost exactly that percentage of revenue contributed, or by percentage, 15%, 15%, and 70%. Now I haven't looked at that lately, but that was then. And I would suggest it's probably pretty close now, still yet. The jobs have been good there. And some of the things, you might be asking what we do with our money. Well, I looked at since 2018, kind of get an idea right before COVID where we were. Since 2018, the well has been a big expense. We spent $207,000 just on the well itself, and we have one well. You guys probably have multiple wells here. We have the one that's put $207,000 on it. We painted it, cleaned the interior, repaired it for a major lightning storm, and then recoated the interior later. So all that added up pretty quickly. Sewer pumps, never anything fun to work with there, but the sewer pumps that were originally put in at the park when Caterpillar got there started failing about 5 years ago, or one of them did. And that one's been a continual expense. We also purchased a new one to keep on a shelf in the event that the other one went out. So we spent somewhere in the neighborhood about $90,000 on sewer pump repairs since that period. We replaced an original water line. We were having a lot of reliability issues with our existing water line. And Caterpillar was having 4 to 5 hour outages because it just wasn't working. And so we replaced that, and that was about $120,000 during that time period since 2018. And then the last thing is roads. These are all private roads within the park. And we spent about $36,000 resealing those roads since that time period. And so pretty costly venture to maintain the park and make sure those 370 jobs stay there each and every year. We appreciate greatly the participation of Mountain View, as well as Willow and West Plains as well, and the County of Howell now. They kind of came in a little bit later, the county did. But I'd gladly answer any questions you might have about the park or anything else.
Sure, I would like to ask you, the county participating now? What's up with that?
They are. They started participating shortly after 2001 at a level of $5,000. Recently, they upped that to $10,000. So their contribution is, and then they also do a lot of in-kind work, like snow removal on the roads and some other things that we don't have to contract for.
Do you have the amounts that each pay right now? I know it's 70, 15, 15%.
Yeah, I do. 70,000 from West Plains, 15 from Willow Springs.
Percent. Oh, that's $1,000.
Yeah.
It's the same.
Still his budget was $100,000,
So
now
that's
it's
it.
$100,000.
Yeah, we haven't raised the budget at all any given year since we started doing that. We've kept it where it is.
And we've been paying that.
Of the 15,000, we have a private donor that pays $3,550 of it. The city of Mountain View puts the rest of the remaining 15,000 every year and has for.
Oh, gosh. Since 2001, at least.
I think it's right at 16 years
Yeah.
that we have like I can access right now records in our system with this software.
So we're contributing, besides the donor, $11,500 from our coffers to help maintain 15% of 370 jobs, which is 45 and, well, 60 jobs, not quite 60 jobs a year average.
Yeah. And we hope that number grows. That's our hope, is that it'll keep growing. Now, the total acreage we have, we still have about 160 to 200 acres that are developable property that would easily be developed. There's a little bit more than that would take a little bit more effort.
And how's it look? How's it look for the future? What do you see? Have you heard working on something? Anybody trying to get in?
You know,
incentives?
the trick right now is everybody's looking for labor, and Howell County is essentially at full labor market. It's to bring in somebody that needed 100 jobs right now. I think all we would do is make the employers in Mountain View, Willow Springs, and West Plains mad, because it's a swapping effect. There's not a new influx of labor. We're looking at some different things that might help create that, but nothing solid yet.
What other businesses are there besides Caterpillar?
The Council of Governments is located there. I think you guys work with them quite a bit. West Plains Electric Controls and Automation is located there. Pepsi is there as well. There's an Earn manufacturer that kind of started his own business, one of our local entrepreneurs in Howell County that started the business. He's located there. Gosh, what am I missing here? Yeah, Budweiser, thank you. How did I miss that one?
Where the meetings take place.
That's where the meetings take place, exactly. Yeah. So we
Any
got
empty buildings?
What's that?
Any empty buildings?
No. Beyond Wellness is working on the building that used to be the old Robinson Steel building. They're doing some changes and they're supposedly going to be moving into that. So it's been a slow process, it appears. We do not own that building, so that's out of our control. But it appears they're going to be operating in there.
That was more for informational and stuff, so everybody could actually see, because we do have several residents that actually are employed there and bring their incomes back to help support us.
Absolutely. And I was looking at my notes before I came today. I think it was 2010 was the last time I was here, and I don't believe, was there anybody on council that's sitting here now?
I was sitting over there.
You were sitting over there, okay, well, cool.
I think I was, I'm not for sure.
I couldn't remember for sure, but.
Yeah, it was, because we came over to the deal.
Okay. It's been a long time, and we're always happy to come over to a council meeting if you have questions about the park, anything you've got, we're more than happy to try to answer those questions.
When are the meetings starting back up, or have they already? I know we went to one.
Yeah, we'll have one this coming year. We did one late this year, I think it was, maybe September. I don't remember the exact time frame. We'll have another one next year. We did shut those down for about 2.5 years because of COVID, kind of like everybody else did. But we think by having a Budweiser, there's enough sanitation in what you're consuming that nothing else will be okay.
Any further questions for Lance? We are good. Thank you very much.
Appreciate you guys.
I had to wait a while, but we got it.
That's okay. I've never actually addressed Santa Claus before in a city council.
Duly noted. You'll remember that in the next couple of weeks. Okay, Chamber of Commerce to address council regarding community building center usage.
All right, well, I came here tonight, first of all, just to thank the city council for considering the proposal that we're submitting. It is a initial outline, so it is not intended to be the agreement yet. So I think we've got some work to do there with iron out some of the details, which I would think that we would probably do with the entire board and city council together, if it's the city council's thought in renewing that. I also wanted to approach city council and kind of talk about the fact that the Chamber of Commerce is more than willing to work with any of the organizations that we have in town, especially our betterment committee that's here tonight. There's been some talk, we've heard it at the chamber. I think Cricket has heard some talk about maybe some disagreements or some back and forth between what the betterment committee wants to do with the community center. And then they're going to oust us or try to kick us out or something like that, and we're going to probably try to prevent them from doing that. And we just want to assure you guys that that is not the case. I've been in a couple of the betterment committee meetings that they've had. I've talked to Cricket, and that is about the furthest from the truth, as you can imagine. Both of us, both committees want to work together for the betterment of the community and whatever endeavors we're involved in. We've been operating under a self-renewing agreement with the cities for decades. When the original Betterment committee was dispersed, The chamber was moved into the community center to help operate it for the city. And it was a mutually beneficial agreement or arrangement, we think anyway, with the city to allow us a place to do our business and also be able to facilitate rentals of the community center and help with maintenance and so forth. So we've been doing that for a very long time. However, the last agreement that we have written record of is from 2008, so it's been quite some time. So this gives us an opportunity to get that iron back out again if that is the city council's decision to go ahead and renew that, and provides us an opportunity maybe to address some concerns, to figure out different ways that we can better support the city, and maybe the city can help the chamber do its job as well. So, in talking to the board, we want nothing more than to be able to work well with the city, and having an open line of communication with respect to that is important to us. And if that's not been happening, we want to address that with this agreement. And that's pretty much my reason for being here, and to answer any initial questions we might have about the agreement.
You guys got any questions for Ricky?
I have several.
Okay.
All right.
How many days a week is someone in the office?
Right now, we have Trish, our director, is working part-time, 15 hours a week. The schedule that we are trying to maintain is an afternoon schedule, and Trish can help answer some of this as much as we can, from 3 to 5 or 5:30, I think.
It's 10 hours a week, and it's 3 to 5 every day, unless for some reason I take off. But
Every day?
most of the time, it's Monday through Friday, 3 to 5.
Okay. How many times a week, a month would you say the community center is rented out?
Trish would be better apt to answer that question. I know
It's
funds.
rented
as far as
out,
how much
I would
we
say
rent.
at least once a week. Well, we have 2 churches that use it every single Sunday. But then on top of that, at one point or another, I would say once a week. Ozark Action uses it every Monday. So those 2 things happen every single week.
And you guys take in the money from the rentals?
Well, Ozark Action doesn't pay.
Why not?
I don't know, I think maybe they had an arrangement with the city long before I ever started.
That was the original contract with the city, because it's a community program. We can't change that.
Community programs should not be charged.
And yes, we do take in the money from the churches and from all the other rentals.
How much is the rent?
Well,
You
right
charge-
now, it's $175 a day. That's the regular rate. Yard sales are $100 a day. And then hourly rentals are $35 an hour.
And you have a deposit?
$60 deposit.
And you guys keep all that money?
Well, we don't keep the deposits, but we do
Well,
the rest,
but-
yes,
All the rental money?
yes.
How many new businesses would you say have been brought to Mountain View in 2022?
Oh, yeah, just within the last few months, honestly. I don't know about for the whole year. I know for just in the last few months, the home decor place opened, on First Street. The Bistro Fried Rice opened on First Street. Roscoe Teas, but that's been within the last year or so, a couple of years.
Yeah, we have the store that's right across from the lumber company,
The flea market.
the flea market one we just signed up, I think, last week as well. Right now, we currently have.
Not you brought in as members, businesses you guys have helped bring into the community.
I don't know that I can answer that.
People don't contact us and say, we came because of you, so we don't know.
I know, but as the chamber, you're responsible for promoting, drawing in businesses. So I just figured you'd have a good number on that. How many members are on your board right now?
The board is 6.
And they're comprised of?
Do you want names?
Yes.
We've
Ricky
got
Baker,
James.
oh, you have that?
Yeah, James Hurt is our president. We've got Lindsay Holden, Christy Reese, Mark Castaneda, who's here with us tonight, Stephanie Jester, and myself.
How many times a month do you guys meet?
At least once a month, I think we're meeting right now. And we also have luncheons typically once a month when most of us are together.
What type of business is discussed at these meetings?
Ongoing events, we talk with Trish about what she's doing with respect to such as Pioneer Days, Christmas events, parades, ideas on bringing, like you were discussing, bringing in new business, and how to support the businesses we currently have.
How many hours would you say a week you guys spend talking to local businesses, getting ideas on how to promote their businesses, get the word out?
We're always trying to promote local business. We're always posting sales on Facebook that they're having. You know, they can contact us if they have any promotional items, any events that they want to do to help bring customers in. And then we set up, you know, Facebook pages. We can work with James on, and Ozark Radio Network, put that out on the air.
Okay, so what is Trish do?
I spend a lot of time answering the phone. I do, well, it just depends on the time of the year. So if it's close to Pioneer Days, I'm planning for Pioneer Days. If it's close to Christmas, I'm planning for the Christmas market or the Christmas craft show. If it's close to the Chamber Banquet, I'm preparing for the Chamber Banquet. If it's close to Springfield Cardinals game, I'm preparing for the Springfield Cardinals game. You know, usually what I do is based upon the next event. And when there's no next event happening, I'm finding speakers for the next chamber meeting. You know, I'm putting out newsletter. I put out a weekly newsletter to the members. I mean, today I spent an hour answering emails about renting the, you know, when the community center's available, what dates, you know, how much is it. I spent a lot of time just answering questions.
But how much time visiting local businesses?
I don't get
Like,
out and
you
visit
personally?
local business. Not when I work 2 hours a day. I don't get out. I don't get out and go then person to person. Very seldom do I get out and go to their business. I reach out to people by email and by phone some.
Okay. I've asked to be on that email list several times and I'm yet to be on it, so I still don't know when meetings are happening or what's happening in those meetings.
I'm sorry.
When are your elections for new board members?
Right now, we're getting ready to send out ballots, like in the next week.
When was the last election?
Last year. We do it every year at this time.
How many members would you say you guys
We're
currently
close
have?
to 100.
That's businesses in Mountain View or?
Mostly Mountain View. We have one or two in we have one in Willow Springs, I know for sure. Probably 3 or 4 in West Plains. Mostly Mountain View.
And you said that on the events that you guys do, Cardinals, Mountain View night, Halloween, trunk or treat, Christmas parade and tree lighting, Mercy Hospital Easter event, Halloween trunk or treat, what was?
That didn't happen this year. Ian Connolly did his thing. I reached out to chamber member businesses to see if they wanted to be a part of it and do trunk or treat, and I didn't have any interest. I had one member who was interested.
I heard a rumor Ian had to pay for tables and such.
Well, he was supposed to, because we do charge rent to use our tables. But,
So
I haven't billed him yet.
Okay, that's why I was just curious if it was on this list.
I mean, we charge anyone who uses our tables, we do charge them to rent. We do.
Historically, we have done trunk or treat before. We did it the year before last.
And then, how long has it been since you guys have done the scholarships? Chamber used to do scholarships.
Probably right before.
We didn't do it last year. We went ahead and used our own funds and did it through the year of COVID.
So just a couple of years.
I've got one, and something happened, but if I rent the community center down there, what all does that include?
Everything except the storage room. I mean, it includes the kitchen and the big room and the bathrooms.
So, when we was down there for our city community, or city Christmas banquet the other day, it was quite embarrassing to sit down there as a city councilman and we had no silverware, no utensils or anything that was locked up.
That was a lack of communication on my part.
And it was very embarrassing on me because we had all the people sitting there and we had nothing. We had to send one of our guys out to go round up silverware and we had to sit there in front of all, and they had to
Yeah, all I can do is apologize. We stopped leaving utilities or utensils in the kitchen when we were having to spend so much money replacing them.
And John, you heard that from the lady that provides our meals and our luncheons, the meeting or two back when we were there talking about how she had her dishes misplaced out of the facility. So that's part of why it was locked up when it wasn't printed, but it was, again, just miscommunication that the kitchen wasn't unlocked for your guys' email.
Well, the kitchen was unlocked, there just weren't any utensils in there. I just failed to communicate that, that's all. I got no excuse.
And you got the same utensils, I just want to clarify that pots, pans, everything, there was nothing to use in there. Cookie sheets, you name it, it was nothing.
We had to quit leaving stuff out because it just kept disappearing.
Yeah, there were complaints made to Trish about every time a caterer would come in to cook luncheons and stuff, everything keeps turning missing. So it was probably unlocked as a result of that.
Wouldn't that be part of the deposit?
Not necessarily. I mean, and again, some of what we do at the chamber with respect to rentals and especially with respect to the city utilizing the center, I think needs to be ironed out in some of the details of this agreement, for one thing. Ordinarily, I wouldn't say they'd have free access to everything when we're renting it to somebody who's doing a party or whatnot. I would say the city, if anyone, would need to have access to whatever they needed for their parties. And again, that's just, I think we need to open up our lines of communication a little better than they are. I think the concerns that I'm hearing right now are things that we can address anytime. Doesn't have to be the city council meeting. If we have concerns about parties that are going on or the things that the chamber should be doing or numbers that you guys want to look at, we're always available. The board members that I've worked with, and granted I've only been with the board since July, but we all have cell phones. We all work in town. Any of us can be approached at any time with a concern. If something isn't working the way it should, just let us know. You know, we don't need to have things build up to such a point where, you know, we get, you know, dressed down in front of our community at a city council meeting. To be honest with you.
Stressing you down.
Well, I know there's frustration, and I understand that. And we'll do our best to address that. So if there's more questions, I mean, that we'll find an answer on.
Have you guys contacted other city governments to see what they do for their chamber?
We have.
And what is the answer?
Most, I think, and Trish can enlighten us on some of this, there isn't a whole lot of monetary support given to some of those chambers. I think some do provide a place to operate from. Part of our proposal does request some funds to help. Part of our difficulty right now is we can afford a part-time employee. But the chamber board specifically asked Trish to come work for us. She didn't seek out this position. She came because we asked her to. And she's doing the job, but we asked her to because she likes this community, the same way we all do. But it is a difficult job to do part-time. There's no doubt about it. And she'll be the first one to tell you, we need a full-time person in that position. Not just to answer questions that you guys might have, but anyone from the community that has questions. If we're not there full-time, that's difficult. But the request for the $10,000 is kind of a hope for being able to help do that. Right now, we're financially doing good. We're almost self-sufficient. We appreciate what the city does for us, from providing that space rent-free to the city workers out trying to hang a star in a Christmas tree when the wind's blowing all over the place. We appreciate everything you do for us, that's for sure. And the last thing we want to do is to act as if we don't.
Who do you have, is it Trish's job, or who does your brainstorming as far as getting more events into the city? Because I know us as a council, we got like the Aaron Tippin thing going just on a brainstorm idea, but I feel like that we could utilize the city more with getting more events in here other than just the ones that we have every year. But what are we gonna do to up that ante? You know, we could do so much more.
The chamber board together is the one that brainstorms what we do. Obviously Trish is part of that, but we all come together to be able to come up with the ideas that we can use to promote our business and to attract people to our community. It is difficult and has been difficult with the funds that we have to work with right now. We did generate a pretty fair amount of revenue from Pioneer Days, which we were very happy to have seen. And I think that things will continue to grow as long as we keep putting effort into it. And we solicit the city for any ideas that you have too that can help us do our job. So it's all of us collectively try to come up with ideas for that.
Has the chamber board thought about an event or something they could do possibly on the day of Aaron Tippin?
Actually, this is the first time we've heard of Aaron Tippin coming.
Actually, it's not true.
No, it's not.
No, it's not?
It's not.
Oh.
Mark and James and I met with them.
Oh.
And,
Oh, my apologies.
yeah, we have thought about it, and we are making plans. We thought maybe a barbecue contest, and, we talked about things.
James was working on getting a barbecue, like again, a barbecue contest, getting some food trucks in here that, you know, with local cookout area, like Smoking Sam's, Roscoe Teas, some other food truck options to where they could have, as people are coming in and out of the concert, they can judge different barbecue, and maybe get, we wasn't for sure about the opening act, I don't think at that time, but we were considering bringing in some local artists to play on the pavilion or to act as an opening act, but that Levi Moore, that's an awesome idea. So we were talking about even, you know, things like that to coincide with that event.
Ricky, you're the chamber president.
No, I'm not. Our president is not able to be here because of a scheduling conflict, so.
Okay.
I thought about bringing my football helmet in here with me when I came, but I wasn't sure that would go over too well. But I got picked to speak, so.
I got about three things.
Okay.
First one is after that meeting, and it got brought up what other cities are actually doing, so I actually called and checked. And called around, and most of the cities have separated themselves from the chamber because of legality. The legal aspects of having a business entity and the municipalities have changed. And I've actually directed that same question during that meeting, and I was hoping that was something that you would bring up. The other thing is that the chamber is actually making money off of a city entity being the community center, which is a big legal problem according to the person that is actually doing or setting us up for our audit.
How is the city making money off the community?
We're not. You are.
Correct.
You are a business entity making an asset or making money off of a city asset, which is the community center. That's a legality problem. And they also bring up that with that, we're going to have to check books for the amount of monies and stuff that came in and decide as far as for that. So that is something that we're going to have to look at and look at hard. Because it is true, the chamber is a business entity. It is paid for by the businesses of the community. Its function is to provide services, marketing, and networking of the business partners that are with it. That is in your chamber, the actual charter for it. But the legalities have changed since the chamber was set up and run. Okay, and that's why we're seeing this trend to where all cities are separated. Little Springs was the last one to do it. West Plains is separate. Winona is separate. Houston doesn't even have one. And those are the same places that brought up, word for word, or the same thing, and that was during that meeting to go through to make sure of. So the legality parts have definitely changed. The amounts of money that the city actually gives to the chamber in rent, buildings, and other things like that is something that can be counted. And that's something that we're hoping that we don't get snagged on too. Okay? So there are some problems that are definitely have to be addressed. Okay? It's not saying that we can't work with chamber, but we have to have separate roles. Chamber can't interfere as far as in the business with the city, and the city can't dictate and run the same thing into the chamber's business.
Is this state legality that has
It's
recently
federal.
changed, or?
You're talking a municipality, which is a state, local government working directly with a business entity. Let's take it this way. Let's say that we pick a different business and say, okay, we're going to give you the same things for the thing. We have to do it for everybody. We can't do that. We can't take monies that come in from taxes and other stuff and allot it or allocate it to a business.
So is that true for other nonprofits?
Nonprofit is a different category than when you're running into as far as for business entities. You have collection of fees which are from the people that you work for, which are the other businesses.
That definitely requires some looking into, because the chamber is still, I believe, considered nonprofit, is it not?
It is a nonprofit, but it's still a nonprofit business. It's not a 501(c)(3). You can be a nonprofit business, but it's still a business entity. Those are the big ones that I've hit, and that was the same thing as during that meeting, I actually asked for that type of thing and then went and researched afterwards. Okay, so don't take it as, we still got to break everything down to for legality first and then work as far as for the things. And like I said, the laws have changed since it was set up. The original contracts and stuff that were brought in was also brought when we had a chamber director that also worked as economic development. And that was something that was set in from council all those many years ago, so it was a dual role at that point. And that, I don't think we can really get into legality. They have to actually become an actual employee of the city for it to go through, or through the Economic Development Board, which is a volunteer position.
And Tino's the one that was concerned with all that, right?
Yes.
Our auditor.
And I just want to say, there was no dressing down, especially on my part. I was just asking questions, but
No, I understand.
and I will bring it up in a city council meeting because we are spending taxpayer dollars, and that's
understand that.
exactly what's happening at the community center,
understand
so.
that. But this was foreseeable. I mean, I anticipated some of these questions, and that's fine. But again, I'll go back to opening lines of communication. I mean, if there's concerns, we should have heard about this before coming to the city council meeting, in my opinion. And that doesn't mean that we need to hide anything from the community, but it just seems like there's a lot of frustration and stuff that just comes to light all at once, rather than just say, hey, pick up the phone, call James and say, what's going on here, and can you help us fix it? And that's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
I think
helps too.
this was intentional to a degree. And we certainly don't want to have an adversarial relationship with the city. That's never what we ever did. We were hopeful that we would be able to partner with you and continue to do that, support you, and you guys support us as well. And I hope that in some way we can do that. If the monies that we're talking about being generated as a result of rentals, we're talking about $4,000 a year, and that can increase, I think.
A year?
Yeah, based on the financials that I'm looking at. And I think we can probably increase that, but I think right now we're not talking about huge money. So
I'm looking at 8,400.
the financials I have.
$175 a day, you rent it out once a week?
Well, we're
solidly?
talking, she's telling you in general how much we're renting out. I can tell you about the financial statements that I do every month, how much money that we have right now for rentals.
So,
So we're not talking huge money, but it's, if we need to look at a different kind of arrangements to continue doing what we're doing, I would hope the city would be receptive to that.
So the money you're asking for, as far as a breakdown of it, what's it gonna be allocated for?
If we were to get something like that kind of money, that we would want to use it for a full-time employee, is what we would need it for.
What would the employee's job description be?
That would be something I would think that we would be able to sit down and talk with the city about, but the board would decide exactly what that person would do. Physically, we need to have someone there full-time during business hours, at a minimum. And continuing to promote our businesses here through networking, through advertising, through reaching out to other different communities, talking to prospective business people that want to come to our town to open up businesses, be able to facilitate that. There's a lot involved with opening a new business. There's all kinds of licenses you need, there's professional services you're going to need, and that's something the chamber can help with. You know, be able to provide that kind of information to them to make that a little bit easier. And that's just part of what an employee would do, you know, what we're doing now and being able to expand on that.
And the churches don't pay $175. They get a not-for-profit rate, and they get the old rate before we raised it.
So is that like,
Well,
that's for whoever
There's
rents
the
it, or there's
$135,
separate?
which is the regular rate. And then there's $100 for yard sales, and then there's a not-for-profit rate, and then there's an hourly rate. So the churches get the not-for-profit rate, and they get the old rate, because they started there before the rates raised.
Which is?
And I don't remember, I don't know the old rate. I mean, I know what I think they pay $45 a Sunday, maybe?
It wasn't very much.
Yeah, maybe $45 a Sunday. We don't charge them that much.
One thing is positive, because, you know, you always want something positive out of it, but I would like to thank you and Mark and the guys for doing the downtown on the trees, and, because that does look a lot better. So I do appreciate that.
Appreciate that. And thank Eddie for being out there and the bucket out there trying to correct everything too.
Well, I mean, as far as the trees that you've done all the landscaping and stuff down.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Beautification project.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm observing is, Ricky, I could easily, from past experiences here and other places, and belonging to chambers, etc., go through this list and do exactly what you think we're doing to you, and we're not, and I don't intend to, and I'm not going to. I see that you guys do have some problems. There is definitely a communication problem. Basically, between your part-time person, because she's busy. She's way too busy. There's no way that a part-time person can do the job that's needed to be done there. Maybe during COVID it worked for a little while because there's not much going on. But right now there's no way. And I agree that it's hard to fund that person. It's hard for the city to legitimately allocate those funds because that is money that could be going to other things in the city. And we want to promote businesses, et cetera, coming to town, but we can't really use all that money to promote them all to come to town. That's really the chamber's job in every town, every chamber I belong to. Well, there's only a second one. But if you guys could find a way to have fundraisers, membership drives, who knows, whatever it takes to get enough funds to have someone in there full-time, then we're not asking somebody to do a 40-hour week in 10 hours, 2 hours a day, because we can't even expect good communication. She's busy. When she is in there, she's answering phone calls, emails, etc., all the back stuff. And for getting together on all this other stuff, there's just no way. I guess I'm blaming not yourself, you've only been there a few months, 5 months or so. I'm blaming the organization as a whole, though, mainly the board members, that they need to sit down and look at how things are run and how they can get things done, etc., because they're not getting done. And like I say, it's not your fault, not Tricia's fault. It's we don't have money to just throw around, but if we were to promote this by throwing money in it, we'd really we wouldn't be helping in the long run. We're just throwing money at it, and it doesn't always just fix that. There's something needs to be done within your organization to spur that and get it going. Yes, you need to, number one, fire up the business owners in this city. Get more members and fire up the ones that are here, get them going. You need to light a fire under them and show them that it's good, and show them ways that it'll come out where, yes, it's gonna benefit you, and then that'll benefit the city, et cetera. And it'll benefit us by having you use that space. You know, there's not enough going on, and she doesn't have time to visit the members. She admitted that herself. There's no way. There's no way. When we took office, we all vowed that we're gonna visit everybody in this town. We've been so busy picking up pieces and putting together everything we can. We have barely had time. I know each of us visited a few, but we haven't done what we'd like to do and feel we should do for town. And we're gonna continue trying though. And that's where the problem, I see. It's really in your organization to get that going. Because it's easy to sit here and show you all the faults and all the things that, but what it boils down to is you guys gotta figure something out and get it moving.
So do we need to find a new place to live?
As far as the board I'm concerned, and I'm speaking, well, okay, I'll speak for myself. I shouldn't speak for the board. We didn't take any votes to decide this. For myself, is any organization that benefits anyone in the city is welcome to that community center to use it. Whether it's for a fee, whether it's for free, you know, whether we're still paying electric bill, we're still taking care of everything, maintenance, et cetera, like that. But that promotes the city. Anything we can do is for the better. We will not throw out an entity that is working towards something progressive in the city. You guys have got a very good track record in history. I'm very proud to say that Linda Lewis is here. She was instrumental in many years putting together all kinds of things. She did it full time.
With the donation of the city annually.
And the city helped because, first of all, the laws weren't changed. Secondly, the city seen the benefit of an economic development director. She was half and half. Today, yeah, something like that could happen. They'd be on a part-time payroll, whatever it takes to make it legal. But we had results. Right now, with the skeleton crew you're running and on very little funding, there's no way you can show us results. It's not happening. And we're just coming out of COVID, so there's no blame or anything. It's just that we need something to go before we say, yes, we're going to commit this. When someone on the street asks me or board members, whoa, you gave the board such and such, anybody, so much money, et cetera. What's it doing? What's going on? I don't have an answer because I don't see it, and I can't expect it. You know, not at this time.
And all of my questions, they came from community members.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'm not saying the question shouldn't be asked. You know, with respect to the support from the city monetarily, you know, the reason I put that in there, and that was my idea to put it in there just to see if it would fly, because we can use every penny we can get. But historically, the city has paid us as much as $20,000 a year. And I understand what you're saying, that you can see results with that, but, you know, do you see the results before you get the money or after? And you know, it's more important for us as chamber board to have your support and spirit more than anything else. Like I said, we're almost self-sufficient as it is. And I think in time, we probably can afford a full-time employee. I don't think we can just yet, but we are working toward that. And like I said, we meet monthly. And knowing some of the concerns that we have that are being shared with us, those are things that we can act on. To say we need to get businesses fired up or the chamber needs to be revitalized, it's hard to quantify that. It's hard to know exactly what you're talking about. It just sounds like, you know, you're just not doing a good job. If it's communicated to us, you know, these are some areas where you need to focus on, you know, I'm new to this. I've never been part of a chamber before, but I have been a business owner, you know, and I know what those struggles are like. But to be able to be direct with us with respect to what you hope to see is helpful to us. And that's all, you know, that's all we would ever want is again, have an open line of communication so that we can facilitate that. That's all. And again, just.
We've been striving for that open line, but they're way too busy.
Yeah,
It's not,
but
it's not there.
I'm not, and Mark isn't, and, James isn't. So even if it's just a matter of providing you phone numbers of some of the board members to contact, if that's what, that should be a given anyway. I mean, you guys should have all the numbers.
Well, we aren't here or qualified to tell you how to run your board, or how to run your business, especially since it's a separate entity. I'd love to help,
I
but
can
I
appreciate
don't.
that, but if there's things you're unhappy with, regardless of whether that's your wheelhouse or not, letting us know what you're unhappy with is helpful, specifically, so that we can address that. And every board member on our board is being willing to do that.
So one of the things that I've been battered with is, by many people, is the fact that we're taking a city building entity, we're paying the electric bill, et cetera, which I'm fine with. I think everybody's been fine with for the past 30 years. But we're doing that for a private entity, not for profit, but a private entity which is here for getting businesses going. That's not residents, but the businesses going. And making money off of that building and electric bills to run that. It's a mix that people are complaining to me, and I'm trying to say, well, you look at the results. Oh, I got to back up. There hasn't been results in quite a while, and that's due to low funding, I understand, and no hours. We've got no one working.
It's also due to buildings that are not kept up to code for our businesses to have good quality buildings to move into. I mean, West Plains have codes, they've got buildings that have to be up to spec, safety-wise, that attract businesses to come to their town. I mean, the face of the building's painted nice, and we've got empty buildings that sit down there that are just, really could be condemned. So, I mean, we're struggling with real estate to bring businesses in. I mean, for them to come in, they have to build a brick and mortar area to really start, where they have other opportunities in towns around us with rentals to get started.
And that would be where a good open line of communication would be, is if you knew of a business that wanted to come in and they were needing a building, we could get together and be like, okay, what can we do to get them in here?
Part of that's how we work with the business owners too, because I've talked myself to some of these business owners about their spaces as far as renting and purchasing, and it's, when you go in there, they haven't even cleaned them. I mean, they're full of garbage. And I don't know if that's something that the city needs to address or what, but when
Well, I feel like that's a chamber thing, like as far as going into the businesses, seeing what needs to be done, and then reporting to us as far as that, and then.
I would agree.
And go from there.
I would agree.
And Mark, you have a really good point. I'm 100% behind you there. But there's two things there: economic factors for those property owners. And the second thing is the city does not have control over any of that. And we can't even we don't have the funding to put together a full building department if we wanted to. And if we did, we might as well just close downtown. So I understand that from the building owner's perspective, I understand from the city's perspective, people are making do with what they can. Since we've gotten in office, we did initiate a safety program where we have the fire chief go around and certain parameters, just not enough to kick people out or close their buildings down, but safety.
Right.
And so we're working at it, and it's going to take time.
Absolutely.
The other main difference that you're forgetting is West Plains actually collects a property tax, which means they have the ability to go in and dictate what actually happens within their businesses. So here's the thing: in order for it to change, it's got to go on the ballot, because that's how it was brought up before, and you ain't going to get that to pass.
They did. I mean, it doesn't hurt to try.
That's true.
The last thing I'll mention, unless there's more questions, which is fine, with respect to the rental, and again, the details of whatever agreement, if there's going to be one, is something I think that we need to discuss. But $4,000 isn't going to kill us if that is what is causing the biggest point of contention with legality. if that's something that needs to go to the city, because it's a city building, or we need to do something else with that money, you know, it's a little easier to do that than having to relocate and find another space and yada, 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 so.
If you're only talking 4,000 a year, that doesn't keep up with as far as the maintenance that is required. And I know that Eddie went through there after a bit, and he probably spent $4,000 in the kitchen
Oh, yeah.
just to do the upgrade.
That's, yeah, and on top of that, the AC units need to be upgraded.
And the roof.
Yeah.
We just had repair people in there 2 weeks ago. Doing
Well, I think some, you know, if we're talking about replacing stuff, that's, you know, that's stuff that's gonna have a long life to it. I think that we could do probably better with rentals, and again, that's, you know, we're talking about needing a full-time person, but, you know, all I'm speaking about is if it makes the difference on whether to stay or not. And if that's a matter of contention with some of our community, that we're drawing money for rentals that really should be the chambers, then that's something that we need to discuss. And I can't speak for the whole chamber board, but I would imagine that it would be like-minded.
So the legality of the things that they brought up by the auditor is the biggest concern as far as for me. Not as far as for the space that they have for an office, because that's something that can be. And I want to thank you for standing there, because I've done that many a times, and it's one of the hardest
Talked to
places to
city
sit.
councils before.
And it is good. As hard as it is good you come and address the entire council. Because individually, each one of us has our own opinion, et cetera. Here, we hear what you have to say, especially with your backup there, it's great. Get information out, and now we can discuss things among us and figure things out and go. Because we have to convene as a council to make these decisions.
Sure.
And I actually think I remember Linda was on the agenda every month.
Yes, because that
To
was
give
also to
an
give the
update.
financials and stuff.
Yeah.
Yes, that was the other part of that too.
Well, I think anybody who's getting support from the city, in my opinion, whether, you know, the member of the board agreed with it or not, should provide information, you know, financial statements or whatnot, just so that we can look and see where the money's going. And I did that with the youth center when I was operating there, and that's only right. And, you know, with respect to city council and the community, it needs to be full transparency with whatever we're doing, in my opinion.
Communication, though, is also a two-way street.
It is.
And I know none of us run and hide either. And in fact, you can find me 5-6 days a week at one spot.
Well, for our part, we don't have a laundry list of complaints with the city. And, you know, if we think everything's going okay, then if that isn't the case, then whoever's got the problem, you know, needs to be going to start that ball rolling to fix it. And again, I'm happy to hear what anyone has to say with respect to what the chamber is doing, as does James and Mark and the rest of the board. And we'll do our best to make it right. That's all we can say.
Also, I wish you were in the meeting that we had, it was at about a month and a half ago, because that would have probably helped quite a bit too. So,
We will be taking this into consideration and appreciate your time and everything it took to get this far.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ricky.
What are you looking at me for now?
Next on the agenda,
do we want to address as far as the concerns with the auditor, with the actual building, or do you want to do that next month, or what are your thoughts?
your reference to
The
what?
community center and the rentals and everything else, with the legality and the points that she brought up.
Well, that'd be an our deliberation, so we'll take that.
Okay.
We have representatives from the community betterment to address the council.
I've got 3 of them. I got me really nervous after the last one. All right, from doing some months of research, it's come to our attention that we finally found the paperwork that was missing from the old Mountain View Community Betterment that it was in the safe here at the city, that was given to the city in a city council meeting, but was never transferred over or had anything done with it. It was just put up in a box and was left there. So we reestablished the Mountain View Community Betterment on July 25th, and we are asking the city if they would allow us to have those checking accounts back and be able to continue using those accounts. And then if for some reason the Mountain View Community Betterment fails to maintain those accounts and keeps the organization running, we can give those back to the city and or to another non-for-profit organization.
So the accounts you're referring to as a checking account in the amount of $2,804.96 as of 9/7. Oh, no, that was old. It's higher than that today, a little bit
Yes.
interest in there.
Yes.
Okay, and then the other account was.
There was a savings account,
5,000.
and then there was also 3 CDs / endowments, which we didn't know it was also an endowment. There was 3 of them and 15,000 each. I have the originals in my bag, which I forgot at the office, but we have those also.
You did find that paperwork.
Yes.
The 3 CDs we can get to real quick and easy. It was turned over to the city back in 2012, August something, 8th or something. They're in the amounts of around 15,000 each, and they are endowments strictly for the upkeep of the community center. And I feel, I won't say we at this time, but that it's in good hands by the city just hanging on to those as such.
We need to check that because I have them and it says they're in the city, the Mountain View Community Betterment, not in the city of Mountain View.
Right.
So we'll double check those.
But they were turned over to, we have minutes and affidavits turning it over.
Yeah, they were just never transferred
Right.
legally,
Right.
I guess.
So we intend to do that so that we as in the city should have control over them because they are endowments.
Okay.
And this way, we don't have to worry about an entity accidentally or using it or anything or getting into it other than the interest, which I think we'll all agree that the interest is not a problem going into fixing the building and maintaining it. You know, because that's what it was there for and that's what we'll continue to do. And that's, the city is a more of I guess I'll risk the word stable, but it's always going to be here more so than a coming and going of other boards.
Okay, that's
So
fine.
It's just a safety thing that's what it was meant for. It was an endowment. We can't really change much. So the money will still go into exactly how it's supposed to. The interest will go to repairing whatever it takes on building, maintaining it. So with that said, the accounts, the 2 accounts, they were originally the original board, of course, of Betterment Board, and that was money that they had worked for or gotten donations or donated for the use for the betterment of the community for your, wherever your scope is of what your board is, you know, up to in town and wanting to do, et cetera, which is all very good cause and it's not for profit. I understand you have a new 401(c) designation.
501(c)(3),
Yes, that-
Nona is fixing it. They didn't like the way we did it, so we're meeting with her and she's gonna go in and fix it for us.
And since those funds were to be used for that, and they haven't changed, they haven't moved, no one's spent them or anything in the meantime, and I know they were handed over to the city, and we could easily take it back, that's not a problem, but I would recommend to the board that we relinquish those and leave them to your usage, because that's where they were, that's what they were for, that's what the exact same thing that you got, your group wants to do, that's the group that was doing it, it was all for the community. That's my objective to it, my look at it, and it's up to the board to go from there. If you have objections to that.
We might have to open an account for the endowments just to put that interest into a different account, because I believe it goes into the 3101 account.
Yeah.
So
I'll
I'll
have
give
to
a
open an
sheet.
interest only, basically. They're not CDs, but they're endowed funds, so they kind of work the same way, but it's not a
Yeah.
CD.
So I'll get with Shannon and have y'all do that at the bank.
Maybe they can negotiate a little better rate than what they were getting too.
Yeah, it's been there a while. Do you guys have more comments?
The community betterment for years, if you think about it, it was responsible for a couple of major things that happened within our community in the last 35 years, is that correct, Linda? Community betterment, 35 years? And that would be the library and the community center, because they were able to get grants that the city could not in order to build the buildings and the other structures and acquire land that is now as far as turned over to the city. So that,
I think I'm right, Laura might know, but I think the land belongs to the city and the building is owned by Community Betterment. I think that's correct.
No,
Deidre
you
might
don't,
know.
you can't split the building from the land.
they're still fixing that as a.
Well,
Yeah.
exactly, and it was always that it was, everybody just worked together on it, and nobody made waves, and that's why it has been the way it has for so many years. Cricket, can I just say one thing?
Yes.
When you were talking to Chamber a while ago in favor of Mark and them, the money the city gave to the Chamber for the entire time I was there was for Pioneer Days. It was earmarked for that. Now, Nona can show you the books. I'm not sure, how they get it, but our money that we made for Pioneer Days was what we did, okay? And I just wanted to say that because I know that we did not ask, we asked for $10,000 from the city to help us with Pioneer Days, and then we promoted it. And that's how we grew so fast. So I just wanted to say that. Now, Nona can shed more light on it because Betty and Nona have always done every bit of our good work. They've done it all. Sorry, Cricket.
You're fine.
Do you need a motion to?
Yes, to relinquish these
Yes,
two
I would like
funds. Because I just want to reiterate that it wasn't our funds, it wasn't earned or anything, it was funds that that organization made for the purpose of bettering the community. So I just want to continue that. It's not like we're giving city money away, it's money that's been there, and we're just going to rightfully let you continue with it, which I congratulate you for starting it back up, everyone involved that did work on that, because it always helps. You're not necessarily, if we have a chamber, they're business related, that's great, we need to get businesses going. Yours is to better the community itself, whether it's planting flowers or putting up a sign or attracting people, or you're doing a lot of different things, so that's great. I just don't see any
We've
bad
already
side,
done the ham and
downside.
bean supper, which we raised $800. We did the free meeting of Santa at the community center, and then had the ornaments for all the kids to do. And then on my next agenda, we're going to try to do a sweetheart dance for a fundraiser to be able to do some projects around town.
And see, for organizations such as yours and the chambers, et cetera, there would be no charge for the use of the building regardless, unless someone objects to that or wants to change that. But at this time, it hasn't been, and it won't be, because that's all community related. That's fantastic. Yeah, if you guys want to make a motion, that would be great.
I will make a motion to release the accounts other than the endowments back to the community betterment.
Just to clarify on that motion, I think you probably need to say that they were never actually taken by the city, because if they've been put in the city name, I don't think you have the ability to get them back. But they haven't, correct? They were.
Right.
There was a vote done by the original board that when they dissolved, it was supposed to go to the city, but the original board never actually released all of their assets, which means they never technically dissolved. So the city is just choosing not to try and
Yes.
fight them for
That's
those
what
funds.
the motion should be. We're not going to act on it.
Right. We're not giving
turn it back
anything
over.
back, you're just not going to try and take it.
Can we make a motion out of that?
Lyndall says, yeah, what she said.
So the motion by Lyndall to,
Not act.
Sustain any action
Not
on behalf of
accept
the
it,
city.
not accept what they
Yeah, that
offered
works,
to us.
yeah.
back in whenever that year was.
2012.
Well,
To not accept the
to.
bank account funds?
Well, we should have the account numbers. This is one, where's the other account number? You guys
Do we
have it?
say the bank account number out loud?
I would.
No, the last, we don't say the last. I'm sure you can say the four number, last four digits.
Checking is 3101.
Yeah, you can do the last three, or the last four.
Okay, I'm sorry.
3101 was the checking, and 4137 is the savings.
3107?
4137.
4137 is the what, savings?
So by not, so we have a motion to not accept those two accounts. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Funky. Any further discussion on this? Roll call vote?
Aye.
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 Yeah. Three ayes and one abstain, ayes have it.
Item number 2 is I am asking permission to allow us to get a alcohol license permit to be able to serve alcohol at our Sweetheart Nights Out dinner dance on February 11th, 2023. And we will be using the golf course license, and then the golf course will make the money off the funds of the sale of the alcohol. Does that make sense? Okay.
The golf course is going to be providing the alcohol and the license, but they have to go and get a separate one for the event. And it still benefits as far as for the pro shop out of the golf course.
I'm in.
I agree with that. You guys want to make a motion to that effect?
So we would need a temporary event license given to her, is what she's basically asking for in a nutshell, like we did for the Ledger Woods, the event that they did on Front Street. So it would be just a temporary event license that I would give to her with your approval for just that particular day and that particular location.
And that was February 11th, 2023.
It would be a city-owned property, so we would have to make sure, if I'm saying that right, that that's listed on that too.
So I make a motion to. That's a lot harder whenever.
That's why I make all the motions, right?
To grant
Mountain View Community Betterment a temporary liquor license for February 11th, 2023.
a temporary event liquor license for February
11th.
11th at the Mountain View Community Center.
Do I need to involve?
For the sweet
Heart
Or do I need to say like for the?
DAN.
Can't say that on camera.
Do we need to put anything else in there to be?
I know that you made the wages guy show proof of event insurance. I don't know if you want to make it contingent upon that like you did with him or not.
Yeah, I mean, I
I'll
feel like
provide
we
that
should,
to you.
yeah. We need to set a standard and keep it.
Yeah, did we ever actually make an application for the temporary event ones? So we were gonna make an application that had all that stuff, but I don't think we
Our
did.
attorney's going to do that.
I think we were supposed to do that and then got kind of sidetracked, so.
I'll provide that to Shannon.
So that's the proposal.
Definitely.
I'll second that proposal.
We have a motion and a second by Linda. Any further discussion? I have a thing or two we did have them to jump through a few hoops. I want to make sure we do the same, and I don't remember all the hoops, but security, underage, et cetera.
Yep.
We've got that all covered, you will have it all covered.
I think you're just gonna limit it to like couples, right?
Yes, it's
They're
only
gonna, like
couples.
pre-register.
And there's only 30 couples allowed.
I'm talking about alcohol consumption and handling.
I will be there
Oh gosh, we got that coming.
Yes.
21 and over advanced.
Yeah.
You have to be the one to come in.
Any further discussion?
Aye.
Got that. Is there anything further you want to discuss?
Nope, that's all I have.
She out.
We hope to see you all there. Yes.
Since you did the motion not to move on the 2 accounts, you probably need to do a motion to go ahead and accept the ones that you are taking.
Yes. Good.
So that you can kind of finalize that.
Do I hear a motion? Let me tackle that.
I'll make a motion that we accept the endowments into the city so that way it can regulate to where nobody spends that amount of money illegally.
Okay, we have just identify those funds. I got it somewhere. Okay, the 3 CDs that were endowed to the original Mountain View Betterment.
3130, 3128, 3129, is that what you got?
Three separate numbers, certificates. No, or one, yeah, 3129, yes, yes. Okay.
3130, 3129, 3128.
Someone else needs to do that
motion.
No?
Yeah.
Oh, he can't. Right.
No.
Sorry.
But he can give you the
What I
numbers
said,
and someone else.
somebody else take it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ditto? I like to work with that.
Okay, motion by Laura to
Accept.
To accept the
3 CDs.
the 3 endowments.
Yep. Funds.
Funds.
Yeah, accounts, 3 endowment accounts.
To keep in safe.
Guess not for this one.
I'm better at writing.
to accept the 3 endowment funds previously owned,
Owned by,
Previously offered by the Community Betterment Board?
By the
previously
past board.
Yeah.
So it's different, different.
by past Community Betterment Board.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Do we have any more discussion on it? And roll call vote? Laura?
I,
Aye.
3 ayes and 1 abstention. And ayes have it. Okay. Okay. Next, we have Sean Roach to present a dumpster proposal to the council.
How you doing? I'm Sean Roach. I'm with DNS Trash Box. So the way that I read the code that I believe y'all passed tonight is that if the city does not offer a service such as a roll-off dumpster, then somebody else could come in and bring and set a roll-off dumpster. So I had 2 calls, I believe it was last week, 4 dumpsters in Mountain View, in the city limits of Mountain View. And both of those customers said that the dumpsters that they had tried to get from the city were either too small or didn't fit their needs. And the dumpsters I offer are roll-off dumpsters that didn't fit their needs. So I brought those in, and then I received a phone call saying that I was in violation of that code, and I needed to bring it before y'all. So that's kind of why I'm here. And it's not just for me. I'm thinking that, you know, there's somebody here from OWS tonight. They've said that they've set dumpsters. I'm not speaking for them, but I know of other companies that have set dumpsters in town because Mountain View doesn't fit those needs, such as rental cleanouts,
just for a
construction
second,
jobs.
to clarify before we get too far, we didn't pass, what we did, we passed an amendment to it, correcting the prices or upping the prices.
I believe there was a first paragraph
That's
that was amended in there also, right?
No, sir.
When I received the code the very first time, that first paragraph was not.
You got the code amendment then as well. You didn't have the original code.
Okay.
See, the amendments only state the changes.
Okay.
So you gotta go back and have the full code,
Okay.
then you can go with it. But
Okay.
I just wanna make sure
So,
it's
so
straight.
based off the code that you amended enough though, it still states in there that if the
Yes.
city cannot provide the service, that it could be
With permission.
Yes, with
Yes.
permission. So that's why I'm here tonight, is to
Absolutely.
get permission and
States it in there, yes.
and make sure that what I'm doing is right and nobody else could.
And I just have a quick question, just might be a stupid question. What's considered a roll-off dumpster?
Something that actually
That
rolls
roll-
off
okay,
of
this is
something.
what, exactly what it sounds like,
It's a
okay.
larger dumpster than your typical 3-yard or 2-yard dumpster,
Okay,
so.
but it's not something like heavy equipment comes in, set it down like you see on construction sites, or,
It's, well, like, it's on like a tilt trailer and it rolls off of that tilt
Gotcha,
trailer.
okay.
And
It's a
then
big
it's
dumpster
winched
that
back
goes
up.
up in front
Okay.
of, or up in front of the bank in a Walmart.
gotcha, okay.
Yeah, and then that was another question I had is, like, those bigger companies, I believe, use other companies for like their roll-off dumpsters and things like that, because the city can't meet those needs. And that's where I was kind of curious as to why I've been the first one targeted, not necessarily targeted, but reached out to about this situation. And that's coming from other companies.
And we've
I've talked to
received
them.
calls on it, it's all.
Okay.
And as far as I know, there was 2 companies lately that have been coming into town.
Okay.
I called both myself, just to let them know. I didn't say cease and desist, I didn't say, I just let you know there is an ordinance, et cetera. For reasons that I'm not gonna say anything, but obviously, we are not necessarily qualified up here, not all of us anyway. I know I'm not, I'll jump right on board with it. I'm not qualified to decide if we can provide the services to someone asking for certain services.
Okay.
So we have in-house, what I consider our expert, because the years' experience, et cetera, with that, and he knows all the equipment and all the manpower we have, and our entire services for the city, and that would be Dave Abbey. And we could bring him up and answer any questions we have, and you have, et cetera, and he would be, if the board allows it, I would like to ask them, my proposal is that they would grant him the authority to be the one in the city, in this jurisdiction, to make those decisions as to what we can and can't provide, because some of us would have no idea if we can provide it or not. We may think we can, or we may think, no, I can't provide that. We don't know. It's out of our realm.
Right.
But if the board will agree to appoint Mr. Abbey as the one that's authorized to decide that, then it's just a matter of you contacting the authorized person, and they would tell you or whoever the customer is, anyone that wants it, whether we can provide a service or not, and agree to let you or whoever come and do the service instead if we can't provide it. So this way there wouldn't be favoritism, there wouldn't be anything for us that,
And I'm not looking for favoritism, I'm not looking to be the only company here, because I
I'm
like
not saying you are.
competition.
Oh, no problem. No, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying you are. But between companies, I don't, competing companies, et cetera. But I know some of us are not qualified. I'm not. I don't know everything to that. Well, I wouldn't guess that. Anyway, so that's what I'm looking for, is if we can get the board to agree to that, then it's a matter of you discussing it with our authorized person that is up on that. They can decide, they know what we can provide and what we can't, and how it can be provided. It really shouldn't be in our hands to make that decision every single time a customer calls and wants a roll-off, or thinks they do.
I believe it is up to the city to make that
Right,
decision.
and I'm trying to change that right now, as we speak, so, yeah.
I've got to say a couple things. First off is that this is my son, so I'll be away from that as a thing, so it doesn't look like it as far as for that. And I was aware after everything else, because I thought that also him and his business partner and stuff were together on for that. But a couple of questions and stuff forward is this is not to take over any service that we provide as a city, but it's temporary and it's large. And that would be the first two. So the first thing is to make sure that everybody knows as far as for why I've got to abstain from anything for it. But yeah, and
But you're
Dave is always the expert when it comes to that.
You're free to talk for it, against it, that's not a problem, just voting is the
Yes, correct. but I want everybody to understand as to why.
So we welcome your knowledge and comments on the subject, no problem.
Yes, thank you.
So see, go ahead.
I was just gonna say,
Sorry.
speaking with Dave, I think it's just a matter of miscommunication. He has, if it's a service he can't provide, he has a list with information to other providers of roll-offs. It would just be simple as just adding your name to that list with the other providers.
Well, I'm not even saying that it's a service that he can't provide, because there isn't a service that I provide that he can't.
Yeah.
The problem that people are running into is the size of the dumpsters.
Yeah.
So I know for a fact, because I've pulled the inventory list, that he cannot provide the exact service I provide, which is the size and the capacity. So that's why I came to you, and I have not came to him for this decision. I don't feel that he should be the one that makes a decision on whether it's my personal business is able to set a dumpster in your town. I mean, I just don't understand that.
Listen to what he said again. Get that again.
We want to.
Me or
You.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, Dave just has a list. If he knows he can't provide it, he has other roll-off companies such as yourself that he will give to that customer.
Right.
That they can contact one of 4 or 5. You could add your name to that list with your information.
So are the citizens aware of this? I mean, are the people aware of this? Because all they do is they look up something on Google and they call. So
Probably not.
I was not aware.
yeah, that's not something that I was aware of either. And for the city to say that they're not going to provide that service to them, they're just going to hang up the phone and move on anyways. So they're not going to listen to what he has to say as far as, oh, use this company or use this company. In my opinion, that's my opinion. That's what I would do. If I called the city and said, I need a dumpster, oh, we can't bring you a dumpster that big, I'm just going to hang up and move on. I'm just going to call the next Google company that I can call. So I don't think that's even something that people would do, is ask him, oh, where else can I get a dumpster? They're just going to move on. So,
See, we still need a qualified person in the city centrally, so that yourself or a customer, a resident, can call and ask, do you have these services available? I need a dumpster that'll handle 20-foot items. Then that person, which I want to make, if the board agrees, the authorized person to answer that question, because he's the most experienced and works on it every day. And then he's gonna, which he does already, which is not according to the ordinance, but we're all trying to just help out with the community. We don't try to favor anything. But already he gives out names of people that can supply them. So if I get my way, we will say that he has the authority. That's all I'm doing. He already does it. But we'll give him legal authority. This way he's not in violation of our ordinance, and this way no one else is in violation. All you need to do is call and ask him if he provides this service. If he cannot provide it, he can decide and say, yes, you can go ahead and provide it for that address.
Can I make?
You see how, yeah, I'd like to hear from you. Go ahead.
So I agree with all of that, but I also agree with Sean that a customer is gonna Google it, they're gonna find his name. They're not gonna call the city first because they're not gonna think about it. So if they call Sean and Sean says, yeah, I'll go ahead and set it up, but Sean's already talked with Dave and Dave, he's on the list. And he calls up Dave and says, hey, Dave, I got this person, they're doing a large remodel, they want one of my dumpsters. Is it all right if I bring it in? Maybe that works better because for him to say, hey, no, you
so that essentially I didn't have to ask permission to do business every single time I want to do business. I didn't come here to just continue on with the questions.
Okay, well, we're really right now discussing what's in effect, the law in effect, and that is the ordinance
And I have
is
a copy of
exactly
that code
what
that
he
says
said.
if the city cannot provide, and that,
Yes,
that doesn't mean,
you get city permission. You're forgetting another line in there. It says with city permission.
so I have to call and ask for permission.
At this time, yes, unless this board decides to change that ordinance, we have no problem with that. I don't have no problem with that, changing the ordinance. We can change the ordinance, and that's what you're asking us.
No, I'm not asking, the ordinance states.
Well,
that
that's
the
what
city
we have to
supplies,
change.
and
We'd have to
somebody
change
else
the
can,
ordinance.
with the permission of the city.
That's
But
what it
that
says.
doesn't say with the permission of the city every single time that you want to set a dumpster.
Pretty much given.
I mean, that's putting more of a workload on my employees, it's
Yeah,
putting more of
I
a
agree.
workload on everybody.
We could tweak that ordinance. No, I don't have a problem with that. We can do that.
I don't feel like it needs to be.
Right now, what it's looking for is a compromise until the ordinance is addressed. If it's not acceptable as far as for compromise, then it'll go back to whichever way that things are going. But with the compromise of going through, that also makes sure that as far as the trash department has a say, so that way they don't get a call, next thing you know, they're trying to have 2 dumpsters put at the same location or anything else, and that is what he's going through to say. It's not to discredit either one as far as you or as far as the expert that stays with it.
Let's do it however you see.
I feel like we need to have some governing as far as the city itself, because if we don't, like a permit, et cetera, something, if Dave can't provide that service, but if we, you know, that would have to be his decision, but if we don't have that ability to govern that, then you're gonna have other entities that come in here, if they have a lot in town and they dump 60 or 70 roll-off bins out here, you know, and start doing that throughout the city, if they're bigger than you, you know.
I have no issue with that.
Well, I know, but here's the thing, is if we can't do that, then you got a bigger entity that comes in here. We've got these big dumpsters sitting all over
I
town.
think you should be happy if a big entity wants to come in here and put a lot in. I think that'd be a great thing for this town. I truthfully do. I don't see why somebody that's head of a department, that if they have competition could potentially lose their job, should make the decision on whether I should do business in
Well,
this
it's
town.
not just that, it's also the service that they have provided for years to the citizens that are here.
But what
is
I'm
the
saying
problem.
is that the citizens have already called me and said that they cannot provide this service. So the citizens have told me that they
So,
can't. The head of the department is never going to say that they
so,
can't do something.
so if I call you and say, well, my city can't pick up my trash every week, even though we provide that service, and you're listening to me, and I said, hey, they can't pick up my trash every week, so you come by and start picking up my trash every week, but yet they still do that, you know, that's not.
I have no intentions of doing that. Mine
I know
is a
you're not,
short-term
but I'm
rental.
just saying, I'm using that for an example, that if, you know, the customer just calls you up and said, hey, they can't provide it, you're just using their say-so on whether we can provide a service or not. It would be like me calling up another trash company and say, hey, can you come set a dumpster in my yard, because you can't provide it. I don't know that, but he's taken my word that you can't provide that service either. So it comes down to one person's determination that's on the phone that we can't provide that service. Do you understand that?
Kind of, because what he's proposing here is that one person is gonna make that decision anyway.
Well, the expert
So-
in that department, yes.
Yes, yeah, so, no, I don't understand what you're saying. But if that's what the way we gotta do it, and I have to call him every single time I wanna set a dumpster in this town, I'll do that. But I probably won't, actually.
The other thing is you're putting words into as far as someone else's decision-making, and he's the professional and the expert in that for that reason. So regardless of anything else, all of our supervisors are the experts of those departments.
I understand.
Okay.
But what you're not understanding is that they have budgets and things that they have to go by. They have numbers that they have to go by. Me, as a personal business, I don't. I have no reason to say yes or no to a dumpster in this town. He has a reason to say no to a dumpster in this town. That's a conflict of interest to put him in charge of this. That is absolutely a conflict of interest.
But he's also responsible for bringing income into the city.
That's understandable.
So if he can
I understand that.
provide that services, why would we want to job that out to somebody else?
But if we
can
want to go
provide
into
service?
that, then earlier he spoke on the code, or the amendment of this code, that he may only dump a dumpster once a month. People are getting charged for a once-a-week dump rate, and that's $33 a month for the smallest dumpster you offer.
They don't get charged month or weekly.
It depends how many times they get dumped. $20 a dump, I believe.
See, that's not how it's wrote
certain
here.
Yeah, it's fine.
That's not how it's wrote here at all. A 1 cubic yard dumpster for a weekly pickup based on a monthly fee is $43.33. That is a 1 week pickup on a monthly fee. That means 4 dumps per month. Now, if he's dumping a dumpster 1 time per month and charges $43.33 for it, there's 3 dumps that's not accounted for every single month. So, I mean, that's not even why I'm here. So, why I'm here is to get permission from the city council to be able to do business in this town if the customers feel that the city cannot provide the service. That's why I'm here.
I feel like right now, Dave's already been making that decision for the last 20-plus years. I mean, you already have to make
The rate he was talking about, $43 a month, that is 1 dumpster each week. We dump it each week 4 times. It's actually $43.33.
Your words earlier were, sometimes we don't dump a dumpster but once a month.
That was on the temporary.
None of that matters. None of that matters. The way the code is written, it says, every residential occupant, tenant or leasee receiving water and/or electric service within the city limits shall refuse pickup service and shall pay such fees as set forth in this section. All refuse and recycle pickup within the city limits shall be picked up by city employees. If the city cannot provide a service requested, such as a roll-off dumpster, specifically stated in here, roll-off dumpster, which the city has zero, then the city has the option, the city, not a city employee, the city, the representatives that have been elected into office,
Sean,
the city.
we are the ones that can authorize a person to do that.
Okay, and I'm asking you, as somebody that wants to do business in this town, do not authorize somebody that can make a conflict of interest on that decision.
Yes.
That's what I'm asking.
Yes.
Well, go ahead and do it.
Because I feel that's a conflict of
In order
interest.
to
I know that the
provide
trash department
a
is
city utility for the city, it has to work this way. Otherwise, we would have 6 different electrical companies coming with their power into the city.
That's a different
Exactly.
story. That you can provide that to every single citizen. You cannot provide a roll-off
No,
dumpster.
there's certain applications that we can't even provide. If we come
Y'all are
across
gonna do
that,
what
we
you
let
want.
Howell, Oregon
So
come
if
in.
you're gonna elect
enough.
somebody, I just,
Enough.
go ahead.
I
Do what you need to do.
right now, it is complicated according to the, nothing against any one individual.
I'm not taking anything personal.
Well,
It's affecting the
it's
business.
a law on the books of the city right now, and we're trying to abide by that. And I'm trying to tweak it, not have a meeting every time a person wants to get a dumpster.
Or a phone call.
That's according to what this is. The only way it can be done right now is the board has to make that decision right now. So we can change that to making the expert in that field, who knows our capabilities, make that decision. Then, because you came up here, we can get that done and streamline this, and from here on out, it would be just one phone call.
I have one question for Dave. Dave, what do you do now already? Because you already you already have information that you give to your customers for dumpsters or for a service that you cannot provide. Well, what do we do?
First of all, I ask them, what are they doing? And sometimes they'll want to roll off dumpster, and I said, well, I've got a 6-yard, or I can set 2 6-yards. They're concerned about a 2-yard, they want something bigger. I said, well, we can empty it 4 or 5 times a day if you want us to. I had one job that we'd done 54 yards. And it was with 6-yard dumpsters. Sometimes he'd call us 2 or 3 times a day. And this was over like a week or 2, about 3 weeks' time. And as they went along, they were doing their construction, demolition and stuff. But that was a job where they should have had a roll-off.
So what I'm hearing is that he's not gonna turn down a job, he'll just bring 6 dumpsters instead.
No,
That's what I just heard.
That's
what I just heard.
Well, I also have a question, is roofers required, when they come in with their big dumpsters, Are they required to contact him and schedule that, or
Yeah,
a
independent
contractor?
Contractors, things of that nature, bring in roll-off dumpsters all the time.
How's that work, Dave?
I mean, because his dumpster only sits there 2 or 3 days for a construction project, and then it's moved. It's the same as shingles being removed with a roll-off dumpster. People, contractors that leave their trailers there, and dump trailers.
Okay, can and do we provide that service?
Yes.
I know that
And
Walmart,
I visit with them, and I want to know how big a job it is.
when
I have
Walmart
some
came
people
through
that's
with
just
their
a house, you know, we'll set a dumpster there. I can't pick up a 6-yard dumpster and compact it, but we can set a 2-yard. And if they would need it dumped 4 or 5 times in a day, we'll be there and dump it.
when Walmart did their remodel, I know they did call me and ask about
Walmart?
bringing in the big dumpsters, and we referred them, I did, to Dave, because I'm not qualified enough to make the decision whether it's something we can dump. And that's why they brought the roll-ins, because Dave told them that we could not handle that volume. It was things that were too heavy for us.
Dave, if you've got a customer, and I'm just asking this, like on your dumpsters, if you set 2 6-yard dumpsters up there and they've got 2x4s, 2x6s, other stuff that's not going to fill into your deal, and they come back to you and say, Dave, we need something different than this. Do you go to them and say, hey, I've got these numbers, like you said, at that point, and refer them somewhere else?
We can do small construction, like I said, this one job, I can
But-
show you some.
But no, I'm talking about like full-size 2x4s, 2x6s, 2x8s, if
Yeah.
they had rafters off of a house or whatever. We can't provide that, so then that's where the roll-off dumpsters come into play, right?
I always refer them if the job's too big,
Yeah.
you know, the contact, I've got a list here, and I didn't even know you was available until just recently.
You knew I was available. We had a call with Shannon Elliott with you in the background talking about
That
it. You
was
knew who I was.
recently.
You told me a long time ago that you would never allow dumpsters to come in here because you would set as many dumpsters as you needed to get the business. You said that to Shannon Elliott with me on the phone with her.
Sean,
So,
that's a moot point, but me as a contractor, I can tell you right now.
I'm done, guys.
If
I just won't do business in this town. Thank you.
Thank you
Hold
for
on.
your input.
No, thank you.
Me as a contractor.
Listen, I do a lot of real estate and I know what you can fit in an 8-yard dumpster
Sean,
and it ain't good.
Me as a contractor, if I've got 12 yards, I'm not gonna call, and no offense to you, Dave, but I'm not gonna call and say, hey, bring me 2 6-yarders. Because I've got long stuff and I'm not paying guys to cut it up so I can pay money to have it all done. I'm gonna call and ask for a bigger dumpster. He needed to back down a little bit. We'll talk about that later. But, me personally, if I wouldn't know to call you and ask you for permission or for permission, I wouldn't have known that if this issue didn't come up. I would have called Sean and I would have had him drop a dumpster. Now, knowing this, if I call Sean, is he able to call him and say, hey, is this a problem? Or if you make him that guy, is it a problem if I drop this dumpster? Because if I Google it and I find Sean, I'm gonna call Sean. I'm not gonna call my local municipality. I'm literally gonna call Sean. Now it's on him, and it should be. If he wants to do business in this town, he's gotta jump through a couple hoops. I don't see a problem with that. But is it okay for him to do that, is what I wanna know. Would that be something you'd be willing to do? If he gets a phone call.
Well, our ordinance states if it's something that we can
Right.
provide the service.
Yeah, but you said that you would go out and see what they're doing. I feel like now you're wasting your time for someone that obviously, like for me.
Most always it's a phone call.
Right, but for me, if I know I need a roll-off, I'm gonna get a roll-off. If I know I need a 6-yarder and I got a month and I'm gonna have it done 3 or 4 times, I'm gonna do that. We've done that with you already.
Yeah.
So, as a contractor, I know what I need, and I'm gonna call the best person I know. So that's what I'm asking is, if I call that person, can they call you?
Absolutely.
And you will just okay it? And I think that's where Sean got a little messed up is, he was overthinking the whole thing, and I think he read into something that was set up there a little the wrong way. Because I kind of read into it that way until you reset it. But he'd already made up his mind. So, it happens. I think that we can do better at explaining how that works. And maybe the ordinance needs to be written a little bit different on that, and maybe something needs to go out stating that it needs to be contacted through him, or, you know, there needs to be permission first.
Well, and just from trying to look on it from the outside, not really knowing a whole lot about it, but because I've been in similar situations where I can see somebody wanting to have that, and then they'd be like, the city said, oh, you know, you need to call Dave, and if Dave gives them a list, one of the things that would go through my mind, and this might just be my newspaper background, I'd be like, who paid Dave off to put their name at the top of the list?
You and me both.
And I mean, that's where my first thought goes.
I've got 3 right here, WCA, OWS, and Duggar.
Entire list.
Right.
And I never give them just one, I give them all 3. I said, let me give
And
you
I'm
all.
not saying
No.
anything, and I'm just saying like,
That's
that's
why I
the
didn't
first
say
thing
that.
like my mind would go to. It's like just somebody thinking, it's like, okay, well, is there a deal cut on the side? Like, is there somewhere we can like maybe,
Well, he gives the entire list.
but can we post it or something? So that way it's not,
Well, maybe if one day we get our city website back up, that'd be cool.
Not taking anything away from Dave, but a couple of things that I've seen for that service is not necessarily the size, but let's look at the number of times. Let's say that the one you took, where you had to go dump it 3 times a day. Now, that's wear and tear on the equipment, that's also extra man hours and another traveling with fuel and other costs. So for us, it might be better in the long run to have something that sets in, and that's why he's got a list that's there.
And I brought that up to Dave today on the phone. I said, I'm just looking at it with outside eyes. You know, is it worth our time? And he assured me, he said, yeah, it's worth our time to keep doing this, because even with the tipping fees and stuff, and I said, well, you're cutting your diesel, your wear and tear on your truck, your time, but he said, it's still making the city money.
Probably the dumpsters that I'm talking about, I'd say 95% of the time is with 2 yards and then 6 yards. And he had a dumpster at a job site, which I had a dumpster there. And it was a house that was a rent house apparently that had junk everywhere. Every room was full of stuff. And, you know, had I known that, I could have put them a 6 yard there, or I could have put 2 6 yards there, and they fill them both up, I could compact them with no problem. But I had a dumpster there, and next thing I know, there's a roll-off sitting in front of my dumpster. I mean, if they wanted a larger dumpster, all I had to do was set a larger dumpster.
I'd rather not see it competing. Well, I'd rather not see a business entity trying to come into the city and compete with the city, or rather fill a niche that's missing.
Also,
And that's what I think Sean wants to do,
Yeah.
and that's great.
Can I approach that, Ben?
Yep. I'd like to hear from you.
I'm just curious to know whether or not there is a permit required for
Yeah.
a company like Sean's to come in and do business in the town. Because I've been in, you know, a little bit of business myself, and anytime that I went to a town to, mine is selling books, basically. And anytime I went to a town, I had to buy a permit to do business in that town. Now, is there a permit required for Sean to do this? And would that help the situation
if we had one?
If you had
There
or
is.
anyone
If he's going
else?
to do business in Mountain View, he's supposed to get a business license. That is
To
our
buy a
requirement.
permit or a business
Not
license?
services.
No, any business is supposed to have a business license, whether it's a
Not
service
services.
business
You
or
can
not.
call a heating cooling company from any town and they can come do service.
If it's something like that, if it's something where they are placing
That's
something
all
like a
dumpster.
dumpster, that's different. Just like if it's someone with a food truck that comes in,
Oh,
that's why
yes.
we run into the
Right.
stuff with the food
Right.
truck. Even
Or
if it's a
if they're
temporary
selling
placement, if they do, or if it's a contractor who comes here and constructs structures, they are supposed to have a business permit for the city of Mountain View because they do business here as a sort of mobile entity.
And I actually think that for that permit itself, probably should go towards whoever the owner of that property is, because that, if it's new construction, there'll be a construction permit that goes with it.
Just like the garage sale.
So either way, there could be the contractor or
It could be a way for us to find out exactly what the materials are that's going in that dumpster, so that Dave would have the information to approve or say, no, that's too heavy, I can't do it, or this job is too big, I can't do it.
Well, even back when we were doing our budget, you asked me about a roll-off truck, and, right now, I said at the time, we had about 7 or 8 roll-offs in town. It may have been more, there was like 3 or 4 at Walmart, there was 2 up here at the bank, there was another one on down on East 60, and one on Allen had one out there on, it was a big duplex complex. Total reno, the roof and total gut job was on it, which I'm not opposed to any of that. I mean, if it's too much for us, I'll be glad to say so. And I've got a list here, and I can add Sean to this. It's WCA, OWS, and Duggar. And I always give them those numbers.
I feel like we're just making too big of a deal
I
out
was
of
hearing
this.
say, I
Just
think
add
it's, I
Sean's
think it's
information
like,
to Dave.
yeah.
Well, and I would also just say, from reading the ordinance, I think everyone is placing things into the ordinance that do not exist, like as the person who has read it 50 million times and at this point has written it 50 million times. As it says, if it's a service that we can't provide, then they can get permission from the city, which as we all know can be all of you guys or somebody that you designate. I think the difference here is that if he's talking about just a random person calling and saying, can you give me a dumpster? And then he says, well, what type of stuff do you need? Versus a contractor calling and just saying, can you get me a roll-off dumpster? You know, that's sort of the difference there, is that in one case, he's having to decide if it's something we can do, and then the other case, it's somebody just flat out saying, I need this thing, and him saying, we do not have that thing, here you go. So
at this time, we don't need a permit, we don't need any, all we really need.
Right, we've already got a
designated
business
person.
license requirement, we've already got the
Go.
allowance that if somebody asks for something that we don't have, he can give them the ability to contact somebody who does have it. And people talking about like, well, people are just gonna look it up and they're not gonna know that. The onus of knowing the laws is always on the business owner providing the service in that town. That's no different than me pretending like I don't know that I can't sell liquor out of my law office, and if somebody wanders in and asks for a beer, and me just saying, oh sure, $5. You know, that's on me to know that I can't do that, just like it is.
Send them to the golf course.
Yeah.
There's Rolla and West Plains, they also have similar ordinances about outside trash contractors coming in.
Every city does.
And I'm sure, Alan, you have contracts with cities, and you probably have a contract with them. And by the same token, we don't go out into the rural areas,
Yeah.
other than the high school, which we were been, I mean, way before I got here.
Yeah, you crossing the line, Dave.
We crossed the line. But we're also the grade schools down here, and used to the superintendent, the main office was down here. And they built the complex out there with the high school, and then they added on the middle school. So we continued doing that service. They were doing that before I come here.
Alan, have you had any problem with the way we've done it so far up to now, or you have any input?
Early on, I said a cleanup dumpster, not knowing this rule was in effect. You had a city
On
administrator.
south down by the football field.
Yes, down by the football field. The guy was a customer of mine, you know, and he done these little jobs and went around and cleaned up, and he went down here to clean up a house that the bank had repoed, and I got a call to get my dumpster out. I did it. I didn't realize it. But the dumpster, or the roll-off part, no, I've hauled 50 ton off from the burnt bus barn here not too long ago.
I think your roll-offs are a little bit bigger than what we're dealing with
Did you
here.
ask the city permission?
No, my
Well, there you go.
contractor did. My contractor took care of it.
So what
I don't think the city could haul that.
I would like to entertain a motion to authorize Dave as the representative to make these decisions and revert calls to Dave.
Okay. But I just have one other thing. My own stepson, he's my son, he bought out a trash company that's been established for probably 10 or 12 years. They've since expanded it to double, and they go as far as Hartshorn to Fair, and it's all rural. And they, from Birch Tree to Kabul almost. And it's called A&J Waste Disposal. They have 2 big flatbed trucks with dump beds. They have 2 compactor trucks. They also have a big roll-off hydraulic dump trailer. And he was wanting to do a job in town, and I cautioned him, you know, the city has ordinance just as well as West Plains and Rolla and all the, like, the towns that Allen's contracted with. And I said, you better be careful, because when you're in these other cities, you know, there's ordinances. And, you know, I'm not singling out anybody. I mean,
Can't take it.
You should add his information to your list.
I mean, it's,
I can provide, as long as you're providing all of it.
You know,
Yeah.
also, what I've seen is, you know, I've had WCA come to my towns too, but I went to theirs too. But you get into it like with the Dollar General or something like that, you guys have a third party handling their waste. You know, billing goes, it don't go to Dollar General, it goes to some people that don't touch trash.
I have like
They're
the same.
brokers.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're brokers.
And I got Waste Allied contacting us, and the girls at City Hall was like, who's this? I said, well, that's a third party, you know.
Yeah, and you'll have that, especially when the Dollar Generals do their remodel.
Yeah.
You know, and the dumpsters, or the roll-offs that we sit over here at Walmart were special. I got to haul one once. It was a good price to haul it, but they were special because they had the grindings, the solids, the water separators in it and everything, you know. There was a lot of dumpsters over there, but they had to dry out before you could haul it off.
Yeah.
Service we couldn't provide.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Like, again, most of my dumpsters, these temporaries that I spoke about, the majority of them are 2 yard. Once in a while, we set a 6 yard, and, you know, we'll empty it several times. But I have no problem
I would
with.
make a motion to put Dave in charge of overseeing the dumpsters.
Any authority.
Yeah, and have the authority to oversee the dumpster
Yeah,
for the city.
I'll second that, and I just wanna add in, you know, it's like, just so everyone's clear, I don't think in a million years Dave would, you know,
No.
do anything shifty or, you know, like sell out, like give someone the top spot or anything like that, but I was just using that as an example of, you know, it's like you're a stand-up guy, like, I trust you 100%, so.
And the only thing I would caution you is whenever you do that, mix up your order every time. I wouldn't do it just down the list, so.
We definitely need to get it posted too, just so we
I give them all three.
say.
Yeah,
We
but
have a
don't make
motion.
one
Yeah.
person
And
all
if they
that.
say, oh, I just want this
Yeah, I
one, I
see.
said, well, I'm gonna give you the rest
Seconded
of
by
it anyway.
Laura.
Yeah.
Roll
I
call
don't want to
vote.
sing
Oh,
along.
yeah. Any more further discussion? Okay, roll call vote.
I,
Gonna abstain because it still relies on
3 ayes. Thank you, Dave.
Yes.
No, I don't want to go up there. I just want to trade chairs.
Police cadet program, now who would we need to talk to about that? Thanks for coming, guys. Thank you, thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
So, we have an opening. Jimmy left, since he's already here, came here, he's gonna get picked on. Jimmy went through our cadet program last year. It was a successful program.
It was.
It worked good. We utilized the cadet to do some code enforcement within the city, and he's backed us up and helped us whenever we were down by a lot. So that cadet program was valuable. We've had the opening ever since he's left in September, and we've had one application who lived in Arkansas and didn't have a Missouri driver's license, which the city requires by policy. And he wasn't willing to get a Missouri driver's license, although he did have a Missouri post. We've had no applications, no interest, no phone calls, no nothing. I posted about the cadet program on Facebook and we had 2 applications. One application is disqualified because of past records, and I still have one left. So the academy starts in January through the LETI program. That's the one I want to use. It's the same price as what the Sheriff's Academy would be, however, they're no longer going to be operating, and they've already started their academy this year. So we have no other choice but to go elsewhere. LETI and Jury's academy is part-time, right?
They offer full-time and part-time.
But the full-time didn't start till when?
Full-time, their registration is already closed. Their next full-time academy doesn't start till July.
Yeah. So the LETI, which is through Mizzou, it's the Missouri Police Institute, charges the same amount according to what the Sheriff's Association charges. This is a 16 to 18 week academy where they will live up there. They will go to school 5 days a week. And they just sent me the information around 4 o'clock today. I left messages last week. She was sick. So I got the information today, so I don't have copies for you. But I do have a copy if you want to look at it with me. If you guys want to look at the program. Can you give that folder? Okay, I know
Kind of
it's
like Dayton, I'll use your
right.
judgment.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically I'm asking to do a cadet program. Since the cadets, or since the classes are already full, matter of fact, Houston PD filled up their classes according to her. They sent 3. Willow Springs is, theirs graduate in a couple of days. So Willow Springs had a contract, and John was telling me to get rid of the making payments. So we're learning from Jimmy being the guinea pig, doing it for 1 year. We're kind of learning what we need to do now. And agencies are not taking payments. They are going to do a step reimbursement. Like if you've been here a year, it's less than a year, it's 100%. If you've been here 2 years, it's 75, blah, blah, blah. So I do have a copy of that contract along with our old one. I did send it to Deidre, but it was last minute, so she probably didn't look at much.
I read through the new one and then just asked you what the changes were
Oh,
to
okay.
make sure that I wasn't missing anything, and it looked fine to me.
Okay.
What is the prognosis for the applicant that was there? What are your, because you haven't had enough time to be around them, and maybe you think it's gonna be a good?
The new applicant?
Yes.
So tomorrow or the next day, they'll have to come in and do their actual interview and testing. The first one was just to get to know the person a little bit and see where they're at in life. The next one, we will do testing. We'll do firearms, shotgun, handgun, and rifle, and we'll do a testing, which there's a website. There's actually a police agency that we kind of use. They have a testing on their website that's really good, and it grades it for us, so I'm going to use that. That's how I go about it. It's a mental test, and it's a mental evaluation test, and like mathematics and problem solving. That's what we use. Then we go to the next step, and we would have a personal interview, like a board, asking questions. If they made it there, we would offer them a job. So this person drove up from Texas. It's a female. She's from Texas, and she wants to get in law enforcement. She happens to have family close by. Doesn't mean I'm going to hire her, but that's the one I got right now. So the program, I don't have you a total cost, but it's within the budget that I asked for. I can't see it. We got that grant for the vest, so when we get the vest, it's not really going to cost us that much. It's like going to be $400. The grant's paying for half of it, so. Materials and stuff are still the same as what they were last year, plus we probably have some left over. So our cost will probably be around $8,500 like it was for Jim. That is, I think that's what I asked for in the budget. I didn't bring the item, that's back there, but I have something like $12,000 left in that line item.
With the contract being tweaked from our learning experiences in the past, And I know we're all for the training program. I know it's a good way to recruit and get well-trained people in, as our previous one demonstrated. Fantastic. And if you approved the changes in there, then it's my opinion to go with your opinion, so it's up to you guys.
I prefer to.
Do I have a motion to that effect?
I do have one more thing I want to interject, sorry.
Oh.
Whenever we put Jimmy in, we didn't pay him a police officer wage. I think that we should start this person off as a police officer wage, because they do everything but arrest somebody.
Sorry.
They do everything except for arrest somebody. They wear the uniform, they take the risk, they're with the officer, they do everything except for make an arrest.
Again, I would go with your opinion.
And, I'm sorry, but it's not and, it's just more information. I think that we could use this one as a recruit like we did with Jimmy before the academy. If they pass these steps, to put them on and give them our own little training before they go, to give them a boost in the academy, plus do code enforcement.
And we could use that.
Yes.
But you're also looking at putting them on as a full-time school?
No.
No, so it'll be a part-time school and then
No.
part-time working with us?
Oh, I'm sorry, no. It'd be full, once school starts is when this contract would go into effect. So the contract is not for the employment. We would make this job like a job that expires in May when the academy starts. If they don't qualify, that's it.
Okay.
So, and it wouldn't be a contract, and they wouldn't be an officer, an actual officer with powers of arrest.
Do I have?
I have one question.
Yes.
Looking forward, it's not about this. Looking forward, do we need to look at raising police wages starting out?
Well,
We just did that.
I know,
We
but
just gave them a little more benefits.
but to be
today.
more feasible, I mean, you have one
Yes.
applicant in 3 months.
right.
Yeah.
So Jimmy could probably explain
I can,
the reason
if you
why
don't
he's
mind,
up.
I can say that's one reason why I did leave, because Howell County did offer me a $2.45 raise.
$5 a year.
Right.
Once you guys gave us that step plan, it was just like clockwork. Willow Springs, Howe County, like maybe a week after we did that raise, Howe County bumped theirs up to almost $20 an hour starting.
Yep.
Houston, Kabul, I don't think Mountain Road did though. Mountain Road pretty much stays the same, but they have a lot more officers than what we do.
I know we did, but something.
So, yes.
So I know. I already knew it all afterwards.
I make a motion to defer to Jamie's experience on, what am I supposed to be saying? Like, approval of it. It's 10
You
o'clock.
picked the wrong one for
It's
my
bedtime, I'm sorry. Okay, I make a motion to defer to Jamie's expertise to approve the new contract
For the police
for
cadet
the
program.
police cadet program.
So Laura makes a motion to accept the new cadet program?
Yes.
Yes.
I'll second the motion.
Any more further discussion?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Oh, you're needed up at the podium one more minute.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you forgot that.
Nope.
Should've been.
On behalf of the city, I want to present you with this plaque for 16 years of good service.
Thank you.
Hope you get 16.
Hold on.
Not putting a
Thank you.
picture.
Right.
You gotta take your shirt off. You're on Facebook. In the same
Turn around, I got you. Turn around. We don't like Shannon anyway.
Here we go.
Okay, I'll send it to you.
And that 1845 was through my 90 days that I'm there. Then it goes up after that too, so.
Baby.
Sorry. Baby, one more item in the new business. That is, we're supposed to discuss the utility late fees. And I think as soon as I get her attention, I'd like the
Throw something in?
I was
City
going
clerk to fill us in on the utility late fees
Yes.
proposal.
So
Oh, my education.
the documents that you guys have, pages 129 through 130. So Tina, our finance consultant, came in and talked to me and asked me why our late fees for utilities is so below the norm in this area. So we started doing some research and we contacted MPUA, which supplies our electric, and asked them if they could give us what the norm is for everyone that is a part of their co-op. So the document that you have is multiple cities, and a lot are local. And the ones that are not on there, I gave you previously when we talked about reconnect fees, I gave you all that information. Our late fees, which happen after the business day of the 15th, are $10. You'll notice that every co-op in MPUA, there are 3 that are 5% of the total bill. Every single other city are 10% of the total bill, and we are $10.
What number of cities is that? You said
That's-
only,
Of the 2 pages I gave you,
that-
3 of them are 5% of the
so
total
there's
bill.
over 100
Yes.
in the other way.
Every single one that answered their questionnaire, except 3 on 2 pages completely full, are 10% of the total bill, and we are $10. We are sending out, and I'm not gonna exaggerate, John, you saw this, the amount of delinquents that we sent out just last month, Sarah could not hold in one hand. It is taking a ton of time, a ton of resources, and a ton of money by the time we are taking her time out to print these, to tear them, to sort them, to put stamps on them, and we are literally hearing on a normal basis, I should have came in yesterday, but it's $10, whatever. Why are we allowing, and not that I'm trying to be mean, but if everyone around us is charging more, and it is costing the city a lot of money to send out this many delinquents, those are not cheap.
How much are we making per month off of late fees?
From what she's describing, I'm not so sure we're making.
I was gonna say, are we making
By the time
anything
we
by
take-
the time we?
That case of delinquents, a case is $260, I think, for a case of those delinquents. And, I mean, the box is about that deep, and just 1 month, we will send out at least that many, plus the postage, plus our time, plus the email. It is a crazy amount of time that she is spending. And our delinquents are 3 to a page, so she has to sort them, because the post office only takes them in a certain order. So we have to stack them in small stacks. She folds off the sides, tears them, then folds them 3 ways, tears them apart, sorts them in a certain direction, in a certain way. It took her almost 2 hours straight last month just to tear them apart.
But how much are we, you're saying stack that big, but I'm trying to get my head around, how much money at $10 a pop are you getting out of that stack?
There's probably, how many do we have? I know at turnoffs, the night before turnoffs, we had 162 to turn off. And then we checked it again Sunday night, we were down to 48, 49 shut-offs. But that's just weeding down all the people in the delinquent time. So delinquent time is after the business day of the 15th until shut-offs are the 21st. So it's that amount of people that we're doing those delinquents for. I believe, I'd say there was at least 300 this last month.
Times $10.
$3,000 a month?
That sounds like profit to me.
It's a crazy amount.
The only reason I'm asking that is because I know from being in the banking business, that's where your bank makes all your money at, is on your overdraft fees. They fund the bank off of that.
Yeah.
So that's why I was getting at is how many dollars we're actually making off of that. You know, if it takes her 2 hours to do all this, but yet we're making $3,000 a month off of that.
At $10 a pop, we're not.
But still, if she spends 2 hours and we're getting $3,000.
But that's not counting the ink, that's not counting the paper, that's not counting the crazy postage.
What is postage right now, 50?
You're right, it comes out over. But the real problem I see is if you are late and you have a bill of $100, you're gonna pay a $10 late fee 2 weeks later on a 1-month bill. I'm late, my bill is $600. I'm gonna pay a $10 fee for being
Yeah.
15 days late for $600. I'm gonna save money, but it's, hey, you know, not a big deal. So in order to curb that and make it all an even playing field, if we went to what all the other 100-some participants are at, it would be 10%. I'd have a $60 fee for my $600 for being late. You'd have a $10 fee for being late. See how it makes an even playing field?
It discourages late payments altogether instead of, oh,
For
$10 I can
$10,
handle
Yeah,
that.
for 10 bucks, it'd be like $10.
Instead, the city,
If I had to pay 60, then I'd be like, I need to get my butt
the city doesn't have the money for at least 2 weeks. We have to pay the electric bill. We have to pay our guys. We have to keep everything going, our administration, et cetera. It makes an even playing field for those that are, that's what I look at it.
We're trying to knock that 10 to 30% of those that are paying late down to 5 or 10%. So that way we've got enough money in the coffers to pay off the bills that comes for the other.
And there are a ton of cities that are stopping delinquent notices altogether because of the cost. And I'm gonna be honest, most of the cities around us do not send out a delinquent notice. They won't.
Charged for, correct?
By the time you send them out and they get them,
That's another problem.
by the time you send it out, if I don't pay mine, you send it out, most of the time they're already out there shutting off the bill,
And
so
people
why do we need
complain.
it?
Exactly. And people complain nonstop because they get them, like, they're like, I got this, I just checked my mail, it just came in, I didn't get home from work till 10 o'clock. It's already past 4:30, why do you even bother?
Yeah.
Well, it's a courtesy that the city is sending you, but you have other people go, why do you send these out? I know when my bill is due by the 15th, it's my fault, why are you sending these to me? Because it's just what the city does.
And then if you go out, and then we've got our new fee to hook back up, right?
Yeah,
And that's for,
the
how much is
reconnect
that?
fee of 40, which is still lower than a lot of the cities around us, a lot. Because they also do that as a percentage. And a lot of the cities that are in the UA roundtable meeting, a lot of them are now going, because they're having such a turnover, it's such a resource usage, is that now if my deposit, if I paid, let's just say $250 to turn on my electric, and I get shut off, I pay my reconnect fee, and I pay another deposit, and it just banks. So Kabul, for example, was telling us that they have some people that have over $2,000 just sitting. Now, if they shut off their account and move to another town or whatever, they get all that money back minus their bill, but they're trying to do anything they can to deter people from just letting them shut off all the time, and it's, you know, uses so many resources to have to do that.
A lot of repeat customers.
Yes.
I myself, I don't have a
And I'm
problem
not
with
a fan of
it.
that, I'm just saying, that's what a lot are doing.
I don't have a problem, I just know that there's a lot of, people's gonna question it.
Sure.
Because we just went up with the reconnect fee and all that.
Yep.
And,
She just wanted me to, Tina just wanted me to bring it to your attention, the revenue that the city's losing.
there's per our conversation the other day too, from the people I talked to, out there, I will just put it in a public meeting that, we need to check some of these, because there's people that are paying way too much, and when they come to us and say, hey, my electric's not, I'm paying too much electricity at my house and it's a failure of the city, then we don't give them any money back. They've kept paying that. It's like me out at my house. I've had low voltage all year long, and I've kept paying that because my air conditioning ran all. Is that my fault? No. It's the city's. But, I see the other side of it too. We need to, if we're gonna hold them accountable, we need to be accountable too, and make sure we're giving them the best service we can give them too.
I agree.
With our electrical department, we are, and as we passed earlier tonight, we are staying up on that.
The percentage of people that late fees actually affects is really a smaller percentage, but it's a continual percentage. In other words, the same people are repeat offenders. So if we can do something that would curb that, or let's say it knocks some of those percentages down, that's going to help as far as for the amount for us in the city to keep up with budgeting and everything else from payday to payday. If we're paying the electric bills, paying the employees, things like that. That's what I think that this is really geared towards, is to get that number even higher than it does affect on weather. And I also employ that, if you really want to see what people think and whatnot, the small ones that this affects, come in here on shut-off day.
Oh, yeah.
Good times,
Okay.
good times.
But I would be in favor of doing whatever, and I'm not against it by no means, but I would even look into maybe getting rid of the delinquents or the notices, because I don't see what the point of that is.
I've
I'm gonna
always
mention,
done
if you do away with those, they'll know, I think they'll pay closer attention to, that my bill's due on the first, I'm not gonna give them a notice, they're just gonna shut her off.
Yeah.
Well, and it may spur them to get in there and pay that quicker.
Yeah.
And if they don't, then we're not out in extra money by getting those things.
I mean, and it says on the bill, when it's delinquent, when shut off is.
Any updates on the online billing and payments and stuff for that? Because that.
We are
hopefully
up
it's-
to, I want to say close to 200 people now, 200 users. And everyone seems very, very tickled with it. And that does send you out a reminder. The front desk module will. It will email you and say, delinquents are tomorrow, just a reminder your bill's due this day.
Is that something we should try to like,
What do you
yeah, like
promote?
switch over to, like, switch over to?
Well, if we have it on the
Encourage,
website, yeah,
encourage
promote, yeah.
people, you know,
We
if they
try
come
to-
in and they say, hey, you know, it's like, well, you know.
We're
these
passing
things
them out on a very, very regular basis. We're emailing them out. In fact, we emailed 2 different customers today with the instructions. We're trying to put it on the bill as much as we can. I put it on Facebook periodically. We're trying.
Yeah,
Just because of convenience, it is so much easier for the consumer.
oh, yeah.
So much easier.
We're getting there, and I'd like to go one step at a time. We'll address the billing, the notification at a later date, but right now, I'd like to make it an even keel, even playing field for everybody at 10%.
I agree with that. I would like to see it even.
We have a proposed, a motion to that effort, so.
We'll have to amend the ordinance.
Yeah,
Oh, we
just
have to
do
do
it
it.
for an ordinance.
Okay, well, we need a motion to tell you to go ahead and put together.
We just did that one.
That's okay. It wasn't
I
right,
was
we
just
got
doing what I
changes.
was told.
So do we need a motion to authorize you to do that, or just ask you to do that?
You can just tell me to do it.
Do it.
So before, just to reiterate, before the next meeting, do you want a specific breakdown in the cost, I mean, the closest we can get to sending out delinquents, and then bring that up at the next meeting? Do you want to just leave it the way it is for a while?
Well, yeah, because if this goes into effect and it curbs 50% of them, we're doing our job here already.
Could you put something in there when you do that, something about delinquent notices will not be sent out or anything? Should we put something like that?
I can just not include anything about delinquent notices, and then we can do what we
Do
want.
away with it.
Yeah, we can send them out or we can not send them out. Do
And
what we want.
I can put warnings on the Facebook page too. I mean, if that's what you guys decide to do, to stop doing those at whatever time. We can also post papers on the front door of City Hall. We can do anything that we possibly can to get that word out there. It's up to you guys, just tell me what you want me to do.
Okay. Good to go. Before we go into closed session, is there anything the board would like to bring up? For the good of the order, otherwise?
One question? While Jamie's still here.
You didn't answer.
What was the question?
So, do you want me to give you amounts? Are we going to
Oh.
vote to say no more delinquents at this point? Do you want me to do research for the next month?
You can bring it up again
Yeah,
next
let's,
month.
I don't want to make anything.
I'd like to see how that works,
Yeah.
how this works.
Okay.
Okay, you have something to say?
The golf course vandalism.
It's under control.
Caught.
We're all set.
Thank you.
They're minors, so we can't really get into
Thank you.
it.
I know, but I just,
Lots of community service hours,
yeah, that's what,
as much as we need.
are we allowed to do that, Jamie?
I didn't hear you.
The golf course vandalism, they were minors. Community service hours?
So that's, okay, so the juvenile office explained it. They have to go through the court process, they would have to be found guilty, right? Or plead guilty.
Yeah.
If they were, then there is a program that they have to pay it's a restitution program. And part of that program can be community service. They're very young, very, very young. So that's the only thing. So, but that is an option, but he can't give me that answer until it's ruled on.
Okay.
But he,
Can you send a bill to parents?
yeah, so regardless.
That's the thing I hate, because if it were my kid and I got a bill for that, I'd be like, guess what you're doing?
So, once the court process starts, it's a little bit different than for adults. They will send the city an affidavit requesting how much the full amount will be. And he says that could even be after the conviction and whenever Tyler knows exactly how much it's going to cost.
Okay.
So, that could even come after, so.
Because that part,
So-
we
And
might not
then
know.
the city will submit it back, and then they'll say, what do you guys want? And that's your time to write down on that paper what you want.
But they do have to repay that under the law.
Either with money or with, community service.
Okay, that's what I thought.
I'm all in favor for the community service, because I know money's tight everywhere for parents, and like I said, if someone were to, my kid were to do something and they handed me a bill, I would be like, I can't pay it, you know, like, what can we do? And I would definitely turn to my kid and be like, you were totally repaying this, one way or another.
Right. The juvenile office, they assured me that they're 100% on board, ready to go, so.
And I think it'll sink in a little bit too if they do community service. Might not
Maybe
be so
it
quick
helps
to
set
do it
a
again.
example.
Yeah, exactly.
Good work on your department and as well as the golf course.
Yeah.
in getting straight
And
out.
thank our Wi-Fi guy for
And that
helping us out there.
Yeah.
I'm in a hurry now, so is there anyone else that has anything short they want to discuss with us before we go? Jim?
So, I guess that's pretty much why the reason we're still here. It's come to my understanding that possibly tonight in closed meeting, it's going to be talked about who our fire chief is going to be. It is fire season. You do have a lot of firefighters that's on edge right now. As far as that goes, we're already running on a skeleton crew. I mean, you're lucky to get somebody to respond right now. Everybody's really on edge. It's been my understanding that I was asked if I knew the roster. And I know the roster. And it was asked who on the roster is going to leave if Lee gets it, who on the roster is going to leave if Jason gets it. My answer to that is the ones that was going to leave for Lee getting it has already left. Just throwing that out there. There's no threat or anything like that. I want everybody to understand that this firefighting's not meant for everybody, just like policing ain't meant for everybody, just like sitting up there on a council is not meant for everybody. It's going to be hard to pull them up straight off the streets. I know of a couple people that already have a letter of resignation typed out, just waiting to see where we go. Like I said, it is fire season. It's already starting, and we're already running on a skeleton crew. I would rather be out trying to recruit firefighters rather than worrying about what's going to happen. As far as anything else, I don't really have anything else right now. I might have more questions and more to put in on it once we find out who our fire chief is. I mean, if there's any leadway that you can give me now would be great. Like I said, I understand that you are going to talk about it in closed meeting. I'm willing to wait outside.
Because Jim, we haven't made a decision. We haven't met as a council yet to even deliberate over it. But tonight we will be hopefully deciding it. We really, our assistant chief right now, Lee, has said that we really need to make that decision before January. He's really pushing us to keep that department together, et cetera. So I'm gonna try to encourage these guys to make a decision tonight.
We are really
Yeah, you
falling
can
apart
wait,
out
and then
here.
If we
you know.
make the decision, we'll have to come back into open session and actually perform it. But, again, you're welcome to wait around and come back in, no problem.
I'll be more than happy to.
Okay, is there anything I'm missing?
Parade Saturday.
Oh, yeah, we've got a
Santa
Santa
Claus.
Claus announcement.
That's,
We
no,
do
he's
have-
Santa Claus. Look, he's already dressed.
We do have the Christmas parade this Saturday at 6?
5.
At 5 PM. I believe the lineup is going to be at the pool. At the swimming pool, the lineup, and that'll be at 4 o'clock. And everyone's welcome, and any kind of Christmas theme, of course, and they are having a Grinch Stole Christmas theme for Christmas theme, but
Christmas
anything
movie.
related to Christmas, pardon?
It's a Christmas movie theme, not just
Oh, the
Grinch.
movie theme?
Yeah.
Oh, it's actually a Grinch Stole Christmas movie.
No,
A-
just
a
theme,
Christmas
just a Christmas movie is the theme. Any Christmas movie you want, but we chose the Grinch.
Oh, okay, you stole the whole.
We didn't steal
Christmas movie,
it.
okay.
We didn't steal the Grinch.
Okay, got it. Okay, so that's this Saturday, don't forget. We will be there and we will be in it. The council members are invited. We'll have a truck to ride in if you want.
Oh, yes, Springfield.
4-door fire truck.
I don't know if I'm gonna be there.
Well, you're invited.
Well, I was at the Pioneer Day Parade, you all three failed, so.
Yeah.
I had something, I came running up at the last minute, and I
So
saw
we're
you
gonna,
guys drive by.
we're gonna take a few minute recess. Anybody that wants cookies, we can bring out the cookies and hand them out.
I make the motion that we go into closed session.
I second.
RSMO 610, the dot 021, parentheses 3.
All,
Subsection
second,
I second.
second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.